You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, it is. It's the Eastland match of the round today between North Ringwood and Park Orchards. It's a huge crunch time game, of course. First time we're looking at these two sides. Of course, the Sharks unfortunately missed out on the grand final, while the Saints, the most improved side from last year, made a prelim final and are looking to make some same headlines heading into the 2026 season. My name is Blake Tennant, and this is the pre-game presented by Eastland on the match of the round down here at Quambee Reserve. Great conditions. The weather is looking very good. And I'm joined here with a great team that will dissect all the games in the Eastern Football Netball League season, and we're really looking forward to it. And I'm joined here to the left of me. We'll make our way down with Josh Ward. Josh, calling today, and you called a great game last week, Fair Park and Chermside, and again, good to be back here talking EFNL footy with you, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Blake. Great to be out here at Quambee Reserve as well. First time I've called a senior men's game out here as well. We've done plenty of senior women's games, senior women's finals, including the match of the round earlier today. So looking forward to being out here for a cracking contest on a beautiful day, which I know you're looking forward to being on the boundary.
I am indeed. I was very disappointed. I didn't wear any glasses or me hat as well that I always wear. But anyway, that's good to see. And we make our way down, and first time I'm really introducing this guy. And, he doesn't really need an introduction, but I'll give him one anyway because he deserves one. He's been everywhere. He's coached a lot of good footy. He coached Chermside Park to their first flag in, I believe, 2009. I've got that correct this time. He's been everywhere. He's been on the media team. He's back. I'm so happy that he's back on the media team because his insight is just through the roof, and I'm looking forward to hearing it this afternoon. Please welcome Brett Davison back to the crew.
Thanks, Blake. Really looking forward to it. Cracking game coming up. Round 2, you probably get an opportunity to see two of the best sides in the competition going at it. It's exactly what we want, and as we said, we've got a great view, and really looking forward to helping with the call. It's going to be exciting.
And joining us, of course, she joined us last weekend for the Eastland match of the round between the Boronia Hawks and the Mitcham Tigers. Did a great job on special comments. I've followed the journey, of course, been down at the Eastern Rangers. She's coached down there, the under-16s, I believe. I hope that's correct. She'll let me know about it anyway. But and she was recently appointed. She's been around the Coates Talent League, and she spent some time last year as an assistant coach for North Ringwood, and part of the reasons why they probably made a prelim final, but she's joined the great team. She's made the great call, and it's good that she's back at her home deck, and that's Emma Meekey. Welcome aboard to the media team.
Completely pricey. That is the reason why North Ringwood made the finals, but I do appreciate the sentiment. It's good to be here. It's good to see everyone, and I'm really looking forward to the local derby.
And I got everything correct, as you mentioned before? Is
there
anything else?
Fact checking was good, but we'll pronounce the last name Mackay. Just so that you know.
Sorry. Anyway, now that we know.
Well, it's a much better introduction than the one Ryan gave last week.
Anyway, we're into.
You got my name right though.
Yeah, that's a good point actually.
Well, I just thought it was Meekey. I was just thinking. I just had to look at the
last
name, but
honestly, everyone gets it wrong. So if we can start getting it right from here, then people hear it.
He's tried for the wide world of sports and gone the old Graeme LeBroy.
Yes, indeed. So we've got a big game heading up. Both coaches will be joining us soon. They're just in the clubhouse at the moment doing I think it's like a Saints Sponsors Day or Members Day or something like that in the club room. So the coaches will be here very shortly, probably just about after 1:30ish, I would say. So we hear from Paris Harvey, the Park Orchards coach, and of course we mentioned before Matt Price. Sorry, I got that wrong. Getting these names wrong, but very good. So we'll start off. We'll talk about this game in a little bit more detail, but both sides. Prelim final, grand final for Park Orchards, North Ringwood prelim final. Were we impressed with how both of these sides finished off last week? I know North Ringwood had a big win down the coast, as I say, down in Beaconsfield, but it must have been a good win for North Ringwood.
Yeah, well, looking back at the footage over the week, they they struggled at times, and it's often a struggle going down to home park, which is such a massive deck in comparison to a decent-sized ground in Quambee Reserve, but they still managed to get over the line. And I think the one thing that impressed me just looking at the footage is their stoppage work as well, and I think that was mentioned last year as well. Matt Price coming into the role, looking to build on that stoppage. They're a great outside side as well with the amount of youth coming in, Emily, and you can speak to this as well, just the talent that's on display for North Ringwood with the amount of juniors, Eastern Rangers, very well-listed players in the lineup as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of Eastern Rangers representation of guys that were in the squad that were actually under LJ last year that were coming in and interchanging. But not only that, then you had Jackson Mooney, Riley White, Rye Cantwell. They'd been under LJ in that sort of last 2 year period before that. Then the experience of Fenton, who's also been in the program, some VFL players, obviously Harry Flynn being ex-Rangers, and he was at the Bulleen and Collingwood the previous year. Top of that, Liam Taylor, you know, they're their names, and we're not even talking about Begsy there either. So there's a lot of talent that's still coming through as well. So that makes it a really exciting time for North Ringwood, because there's quite a lot of depth in there.
I'm just going to ask you this question here, because you obviously coached North Ringwood last year. If I was Pricey, who am I sending Liam Taylor to? Which player from North Ringwood will get the first job on Liam Taylor?
If I know Pricey well enough, Pricey will just go, Liam Taylor is just a player, and he may get the ball. Someone's got to get the ball at the end of the day. I'm sure there might be someone on him, but it also depends on where LT is going to be setting up as well, whether he's going to be playing off the back line or off the mid. So I wouldn't say that there's necessarily a designated player for that. It'll just be make sure you give him a bit of a niggle if you're next to him.
Yeah, and I don't think as well, I just had a look at the team sheets. So there'll be no Rye Cantwell. He's playing at Richmond VFL today. So congratulations to Rye. He's yeared last year, and as well as Riley White, I think that's his name. Those two were sensational during that big run that North Ringwood had, especially the game round 17 or 16 against Montrose at this ground that we're at now. Those two were just very splendid on that day.
I must admit, I love the run and carry that Rye Campbell in particular provides. It almost looks easy the way he runs through the stoppage, the way he's able to deliver the ball all across the park. It's a bit of a loss, but in comes Ryan Fitzpatrick, an ex-Vermont player who didn't play last year, I believe, due to a broken leg. So it's great to see him back on the park, Davo.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And he's talent. He had a number of clubs chasing him last year before he broke his leg. So it's really good to see him back. He'll go through the midfield. He's quite a handy forward as well. What I like about North Ringwood, and Pricey has always been an unusual character. Let me get it now. I've coached him in the interleague. I coached against him in a number of games. Probably, as we know, he's a legend of the competition with his best and fairest and what have you. But what he was able to do was great midfielder, great with the football. Probably one of those players that, in the way he played his footy, he introduced a little bit of this idea of spread. It wasn't around as much in the time when he was playing in that late 90s, early 2000s. He introduced that. But what he's been able to do here, which I really like, is his mixture of the old and the young. Like, he's got some really experienced players in this group. He's got Loco, bringing back Jack Whelan.
That's big.
That's huge, isn't it? I mean, if you haven't been around the competition, you don't realise how big Jack Whelan was a number of years ago. But he's got him in the competition. He's got other young guys that have really come in. Kieran Rice, Jackson Braunthal, Mitchie Hansen from Blackburn. You know, these guys that they've brought in, plus then they've brought all these guys through Rangers. I think it's a fantastic coaching strategy, and one that hasn't been used at a lot of other clubs. I'm interested in this fact, and Em might be able to explain it a bit further. This idea of, maybe 3 or 4 Rangers boys coming in, maybe playing 1, 2, 3 games, and then back out somewhere else, whether that's 19s or whatever it may be, and then another 3 come in and do it.
Yeah.
Is that something that he and you last year thought about within the coaching ranks as to do, so that you get that? Because one of the things we talk about with our under-19s through Rangers is they've never played against men. So they get the opportunity to play against men early in their careers. Is that something that you've looked at and was thinking about?
It was definitely a main focus for Pricey last year. He was coming in off Robbie Nahas, and he brought a very different, even just perspective on culture, the way that the game was going to be played. And last year in particular was always we've just got to see what we got, how we're going to go. We're going to adopt a new style of play, which took a while to actually come to fruition, but obviously, towards the back end of the year, it looked really, really good. And so knowing that last year was generally going to be more of a let's just see how it goes sort of year, it provided really good opportunities to bring in those young guys. And I think the advantage that North Ringwood have is that they have very strong juniors. So these Eastern Rangers players that were coming in that you're mentioning, they're North Ringwood. Rye Cantwell coming and Riley White and Jackson Mooney was another one. Those are the boys that I mentioned that had previously were at Eastern Rangers the year before. They were at other clubs and they came back. And that's a testament to, again, the culture and the way that Pricey provides a very nice pathway for those young kids. But, yeah, it was definitely all about how do we give them the opportunity to play senior football, and it just so happened that we had 2 or 3 of them at one time, and they were able to come in and play some really, really good football.
So I think that's one of the other things that we look at here when we look at these 2 clubs. Both are super strong through their juniors. Yep. I mean, we remember Park Orchards have only been a senior club
since 2011
for 10 years. They were purely a junior club all the way through. Lost all their players out to other clubs. Now they've kept them all and brought them through. And, Park Orchards, again, have got that super strong junior structure, which is something that a lot of clubs are struggling with at the moment. And it's something that these 2 clubs have really got going and done it well.
And I think through those junior ranks, there's been a lot of crossover between the 2 sides since they're neighbouring clubs. Which could, I wouldn't say it's the biggest rivalry, but would create a bit of fun on the field as well, and potentially a bit of tension. But you're starting to see that a bit more at the senior level. Like, obviously, you got Liam Taylor for Park Orchard, started his senior career. I'm pretty sure Riley White played Park Orchard's 19s before coming across to North Ringwood. So there's a lot of talent coming through the junior ranks, which excites me and why I have such respect for both clubs. They're building from the ground up, which a lot of clubs are doing. Like you look at a club like Baronia, which has done it so well for a couple of years. Mitcham to an extent. But North Ringwood and Park Orchards, they're the blueprint if you want to bring juniors up. And Roeville to an extent as well. If you want to bring juniors up and lift yourself up the ranks, they're the blueprint.
And that's why Surrey Park are rising through the ranks, because that's exactly the process that they've gone through. They have the luxury of having their junior group in a YJFL, so they're able to hide players through the system until they get to 19s. So it's a perfect blend, and because there's so many clubs and so many teams want to have all their juniors come through, there's not enough kids, and so the clubs that are able to do it well now are setting themselves up for the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and this is why North Ringwood's so exciting, and why Park Orchards has been so good recently.
Yes, we might talk a bit about some games. I won't go to the games that we think will go the way that we're all expecting. So I might just start just with 2 games in each division. What would be the best one, I would say, for the week. So we'll touch on. I think wherever these 2 sides meet, it's always a good encounter. It doesn't matter if the team's on the bottom or the top. It's always a great encounter. And Blackburn and Vermont play each other this week, and I feel like it's a cracking game wherever it feels. But again, the pressure is on Vermont, isn't it? You'll have to say the pressure is on Vermont. If Vermont lose to go 0-2 after a really poor year last year, where do you guys sit with this one? I feel like the pressure's more on Vermont for this one.
I don't think Vermont get over the line. Not in Morden Park. Not with the recent record against Blackburn, Davo.
No, look, I'm tipping Blackburn, but I think it'll be closer. Vermont don't mind that it's a smaller ground. It is unusual to play at. They really need Wiedemann to stand up again. And they can't just keep relying upon Johns. I mean, he stood up last week and was really good and got them back into the game. They can't rely upon him. They need those younger guys to come through. Blackburn, good win, not a good win, an honourable loss against Baldwin in round 1. They need to come out and play well this week. I think they're going to get over the line.
And Em?
I've got absolutely no clue about anything to do with Premier Division whatsoever, but considering you both went for Blackburn, I'm going to say Vermont.
Very good, very good. So we'll talk East Ringwood Baldwin. So this game will be played straight after this game. So if you're around the area, around North Ringwood, head on down to East Ringwood Reserve.
Well, we've got the van.
Yeah.
So I don't know where
I think the van will
I'm
be staying.
off the clock.
I think van will be staying here for at least till past 7 o'clock, I would think. But East Ringwood Baldwin today. A couple of years ago, they were playing off in a big grand final. The Tigers prevailed in that one. Unfortunately, no Stephen May for this week. He is listed on here, but I didn't see him on the team lineup for the East Ringwood Footy Club. I could be wrong there.
I'm pretty sure I saw him on the team lineup.
Okay, well, we'll just say Stephen May is playing. I thought he wasn't, but it's great seeing him playing for this game. Kicked the 2 goals last week for the Roos, and they had a big statement win against a South Croydon outfit that was had a few good ins for that game. This one I feel like could be the match of the round in Premier. I don't know about how you guys feel about it, but a twilight game, and if you look at past history shows, East Ringwood have really dominated that twilight scenario with a big win over Doncaster East a couple of years ago. And they always find a way, in a 100-point win last year against South Croydon. So they just find a way, don't they, in these twilight situations. I'm backing the Roos for this one. Where do you guys sit for this one?
I've backed the Roos. Wouldn't surprise me if Bulleen win this game, though.
They just find a way, don't they?
They do. They're well coached by an ex-AFL man in Brenton Sanderson, but I think this will be a really close game. I think one of the other games in Premier Division is the game of the round, which we'll touch on potentially later down at Edward Flack. But I think this game is going to go right down to the wire, Davo.
Look, I think it's the best game of the whole round in all 5 divisions.
Are you going to pop down after this?
Oh, look, I might. I'll see. I'll make a phone call. I can imagine the answer will be no, but you never know if I will make that phone call.
Yeah.
But I'm picking Baldwin on one reason, and I don't usually do this, but he is an unbelievable coach, Brenton Sanderson, at this level, and it's because his attention to detail and his ability to be able to manoeuvre during a game, which a lot of clubs don't do. He does it extremely well. I think he will have planned this game out well. Not to say East Ringwood won't have done that, but I just fancy that they're going to be too good and just get over the line.
Em, if you got one, a tip.
East Ringwood.
There you go.
I'll just stick with the Ringwood thing.
Very good. All right, so in other matches for Premier Division, so we touched on those two. Rove will play South Croydon, South Belgrade play Noble Park, and Berwick play Doncaster East today. So I'm sure we'll get a few scores from around the grounds coming into this one. We'll touch on a bit of Division 1 footy. There's really, I think the way of how Div 1's going to go this week, I think it would just pound itself out the way we expected. We will touch on about the matches. I don't think we need to go into detail. Montrose play Mooroolbark, Boronia play Beaconsfield, Bayswater play Mitcham. First time at Lewis Park this year, of course. Yes. Bayswater Oval getting redone, so to make it look the best ground in the EFNL for most parts, and Montana South take on Norwood for that one. So I think, do you guys agree the results should go the way that we all expected during the week?
Yep. The only one I can see being a little bit closer is potentially Montrose and Mooroolbark. LaPlanche out really hurts Montrose. I know they've won without him, but it really hurts. But I think otherwise, I agree. They'll go to plan.
For the sake of you, Blake, I hope Montrose loses.
Oh, jeez. You come in and you said that was your first time. But
I'll join you, Emily.
It's just as well that there are 2 between us here. It could be on.
Nah, but speaking of, and I think the game will be, it should go a favour of a particular team. But Montrose, Mooroolbark, the rivalry's there. Everyone knows how good it is. 10 years ago it was probably one of the best times, but now it's not great. So it's good seeing the rivalry back. I think we can also spend a bit of time last week, and I know you guys were all there, minus I think Davo, but Mitch and Baronia last week. I just want to get a quick recap on how you saw that game. Obviously, I was looking from afar, so I'll leave it up to Josh and Em for this one. But it was really the Tigers, again, just made an absolute massive statement coming into Division 1 this year after getting relegated from Premier. But the New Look Tigers just get the job done. The recruits were really rock solid all day. Cam Olden kicking the 4, and as well as Johnson kicking 4 goals as well. So what was your thoughts just quickly on the Mitch and Baronia game?
Love the pressure the Tigers provided. It was like the Tigers of old, and they were doing that at the Premier Division level. And they were doing that at the Premier Division level, but they weren't able to sustain it. So that's obviously why they're playing Division 1 footy this year. But I think this Mitcham side, Emily, they are shaping up really nicely. Get some reinforcement. Obviously lose Olden due to suspension, but they're looking like a promising side this season, the Tigers.
One of the things I really liked about Mitcham last week was their ability to not fold into the contest, given the conditions were quite wet and the ball would have been quite heavy, and from a skill perspective, very hard to mark, very hard to kick accurately. And it lends itself, especially on such a small ground, to have a really seagulls to a chip kind of style of football, and Mitcham were really, really good at holding out and creating pressure from the outside. So whenever Baronia did get the ball, they were just looking up and they just saw Mitcham colours, and it was very hard for Baronia to transition out and very hard for Baronia to play their usual quick style of football.
I think while I wasn't there, I did have a look at the game.
Yes,
the thing that was really noticeable is the fact, and Baronia are going to have to get used to this. You lose Mellis. He doesn't make the difference between winning and losing, but he's worth 4 goals a game.
He is.
He is the best player in the competition. He's got electric speed. He's a 1-2 player. He's going to be playing for Sydney again this week in their reserve side, so it sounds like he laid the most tackles in their team last week. So yeah, I think they're going to have to learn to get away from using him, and I don't know who they've got to replace him. He's irreplaceable, but he makes a huge difference to them.
And that was probably looking at the game last week, because I picked up on Mellis not playing. He actually had an injury last week, and that really did hurt them in stoppage, so they weren't able to clear the ball out. And Mitcham also, my mic's not working. There we go. Mitcham also, from a stoppage perspective, they were very good at their setups and changing the variants of their setups. Easy if you're a coach to see what they're doing, but Baronia weren't able to adapt to that.
Yes, and we are now joined here by the Park Orchards senior coach, Paris Harvey. He's a great coach. He's been around the league, and it's my privilege to finally have a talk. Welcome aboard to EFNL Game Day, Paris.
Hello to everyone.
G'day all. Paris, just want to talk about good performance last week against Norwood, who we know struggled a little bit last year. Grand finalists from the year before in the last 2 years. How have you seen the pre-season and leading up to this game against North Ringwood?
Yeah, look, pre-season's been solid. We really didn't start back until after Christmas. We wanted to give as much break to more of our senior players and the other blokes before Christmas. So they've really they've come back in good nick, which is what you wanted when we give them the time off before Christmas, and they've put their heads down and they've done a really good pre-season, so hopefully it holds us in good stead. Is
the grand final wiped out of the memory now? Like, I know it's pretty tough what happened, but you move on to high expectations yet again, and this side is just getting better as we speak. So how has it sort of been?
Yeah, look, you never ever forget grand final losses, mate, to be honest with you. But yeah, we just got to get back on the bike and try our best and try and get into the finals if we can. That's our ambition, is to play finals this year again, and then we'll see what transpires after that. But I don't think you can ever get ahead of yourself. This is the most even competition out of any of the divisions that you play in, because everyone wants to win and go into Premier Division, so it's always a battle for sure.
Paris,
yes.
How are you?
Good, I'm good, mate.
This is great. We'll leave you guys have a couple of things.
Yeah, it's all good.
Obviously, you're probably one of the best structural coaches that there's been in the competition for many, many years. Your team's really well drilled. You know exactly what each player is doing in the game. You've had 2 grand final losses in a row, and I know that hurts, but what is it that you've thought about over the last, say, 3 or 4 months that you can tweak that can make things different? Or do you go along the line of, hey, we were the best team in the competition last year and we just had a game which was unusual in the conditions of the grand final. Everything was just that unusual game. What have you been able to do differently?
To be honest, South Belgrade were the best team last year. They smacked everyone. They smacked us in round 1 by 50. They smacked us in round 10 by 14 goals. We're fortunate enough to get them in that final, and they had a couple of blokes that limped off a few injuries, but then they found their mojo again. And like the grand final was a sensational game of football. Conditions were pretty average, as you all know, but you can't say that was a factor in it. They just found the way in the last 10 minutes to get the job done, which was a credit to them. We didn't do it without trying, to get done by 2 points. Yeah, it's hard to pillow to swallow. Pre-season, you never, as a coach, you always got to keep learning. So I have but I had the opportunity to go down to Port Melbourne pre-Christmas with Brendan McCartney and work, and just observe their training and go to all their drills and stuff like that, because you've got to keep educating yourself, because the next level, it changes all the time. You've got to keep up with the modern terminology and the modern drills that they do, and what an opportunity. Like Brendan McCartney's a star, and then obviously they had another guy there's pretty handy in James Hurd. So when you stand back and you watch those blokes go about their work, it's pretty impressive. So, and then the other line coaches they have there, Will and Andy, they're really, really good. So I got that opportunity through Macca, which is fantastic. And if I get a chance to go watch the games, he's happy for me to come in the rooms and stuff like that. So I think as a coach, you always got to keep evolving and learning and stuff like that. Am I the same coach I was 20 years ago? Not a chance. So, and these young boys are a different breed, as you know. So, and they want to be more educated than ever. Whereas back in the days, was probably when we were coaching our first gig, it wasn't more about education; it's more about motivation. So, yeah.
And obviously, you've got a big game today. North Ringwood have got some young guys coming through their competition, just like you do.
Yep.
What's the planning been like for them, or has it been more about you?
No, we obviously plan for every opposition that we come up against, so we've done a little bit of homework on them, and it's no doubt they'll do homework on us. We'll go through some matchups and see if they work for us, and then they'll go through some matchups, see if they work for us. So, as you know, mate, the merry dance is at the back end of the year, so you don't show everything that you think you're capable of doing, and they won't show everything to us, because if it comes to a final, you might need to pull the trigger on something, and they've never seen it before, and you hope you've got it up your sleeve. If you haven't, then if you've shown them everything, it's a lot easier to plan for, and that's what you don't want. If you get to finals, you don't want everyone to be planning, say, Park Orchard, just play this person, this position, this way, and all that stuff. The more flexibility you have in your team and the more opportunities you give to players in different positions, the better off you're going to be as a team, and the better off you're going to be as a whole club. So.
Speaking of opportunity and the younger players coming through, one of my favourites, Josh Gale, who's injured last year, he's on the Hawks VFL list. Can you tell me what's going on with him?
Yeah, Josh, he just can't get on the park. He's done his hamstring.
Again?
I think
another.
Yeah, another one pretty bad. I think it's probably up to 7 weeks now. I think it was a 10-week injury, so he's done it pretty bad. Yeah, he hasn't been on to get on the park. I think he played three or 2 games for us last year. And got injured again. I think he had a foot injury, like he broke a bone in his foot.
Yeah, it was in a boot. Yep.
There you go, yeah. So he's, unfortunately, eventually he'll get a run at it, but it's not working out for him at the moment. But he's an exciting player. He's a good football player, obviously making boxes this after not really playing much footy last year. It's a great achievement for him. So, yeah, we're hoping one day we get him back. But having said that, we've got Spiteri that plays with us as well, and he's the other one. I really don't want to see him. Because I want their journey and their future to be at VFL level, and I'll help them any way I can to get to that next level. And any kid that comes in our organisation, we'll try and get them some train-ons at the next level, because the intensity at the next level, even though we train hard and fantastic and all that stuff, but the environment they get in when they've got a VFL level and they've got 10 ex-AFL players running in their teams, you can't learn that at my team. I don't have 10 AFL players running my team. I have a couple of VFL players who are great players, great leaders, but the next level, if you get a young kid in that environment, they come back better.
100%. And, even from an IQ perspective, the things that they're learning at VFL level, the breakdowns of the game, it makes such a huge difference. Speaking of players that have been at a VFL level, one of your newest recruits who used to be at North Ringwood, Liam Taylor, also another guy that struggles to probably get on the park sometimes because for us he was always injured last year. Can you tell us how he's gone? And he'll be playing today as well.
Liam Taylor's a one-pointer for us. He's
Yeah, I know
a
that.
homegrown
Yeah.
kid. So you claim him, but we have him. So.
Hey. Well, if he doesn't make it on the park, doesn't really matter, does it?
No. He's terrific. Look, when the opportunity comes, to be honest, to come out of the blue, and I've always respected Liam when we've coached against him. I think he's a great player. And if we can help his development, can I make him a better player? I hope I can with something. But once you become an opportunity for him to come back, because he played in our 1-17s Colts grand final. Like I said, he's a homegrown kid. I think he's played 43 games of junior footy for us, so he's a one-pointer. So it goes to that scenario again where last week, out of all the divisions, there was only one team that had 25 points like us. We played with 25 points last week, and that was Ferntree Gully.
And that's what we were speaking about pre-game was about the fact that both North and Orch have a lot of juniors coming through and a lot of talented juniors coming through. So the low points is so handy in terms of sustainability over the next couple of years.
Yeah. Yep.
The other one I've got is during pre-season there's always someone that stands out who you go, I haven't seen that and I'm really excited. Have you got someone that you can just say to us today, have a look at this kid play or have a look at this bloke play? It may be a guy that has been around a while who's just, something's happened and he's just turned a corner.
Yeah, well, Liam Webb's probably that kid. So he's got the train on with Port Melbourne this year. So Liam played with me my first year. He was a 17, turned 18. Didn't play any 19s football. Was coming out of our Colts. And I was so impressed with his pre-season. I said, I'm going to give this kid every chance he can. We actually didn't play him in the first year for one of the games because he was playing Whitefriars on a Wednesday, whatever they play, and playing last in the seniors on the Saturday. So we need to give the kid a break. So he played the first year, every game that we played him. Second year, I think he came third in our best and fairest last year. Got the train on at Port Melbourne now, and he trains at Port Melbourne. Once again, I don't say to him, come. So if he turns up the training, it's because they don't want the train on this week, whatever. But so his natural progression is huge and it keeps going, and he's come back to us after the pre-season Port Melbourne. He's bigger, stronger and quicker.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate.
And just touching on a couple of the other younger players, like Tom Rees, I thought was pretty decent last week, racked up a few disposals as well. And you look at guys like Josh McAuliffe, who are still young into their senior career. Is that exciting to know they're still only into their second or third year of senior footy and are only going to get better from here?
Yeah, so you're picking on Price because he's old, is that what you're saying to me?
No.
Yeah, look, it's like every club. You bring the kids in and you get excited. As a coach, I get excited to see them blossom and become good senior football players. And I always say to everyone, everyone has a dream to play AFL football, but what's the percentages of playing AFL football? And there's nothing wrong with playing local football at a good standard and being a good local footballer. I've got no issue with that whatsoever. It's a great, well, Parkers is a great club to be involved with, and the clubs I've been involved with have been great community clubs. And that's what excites me. But like I said, it excites me to see these kids come in, and if you can help them in their journey in football, fantastic. But if you can also help them in their journey in life, there's a lot of distractions out there, these kids nowadays in their journey of life. So you can only hope that they go on the right pathway and you help them. So.
Yep. No, very good. All right, we might wrap it up. Thank you again, Paris, for giving up your precious time, and much appreciated. So enjoy the game today. I'm sure we will be seeing you in the later parts of this year as well with the Sharks. So thanks, Paris, and good luck for today's game.
Thank you very much. And I don't know about precious time, mate. It's all good time. So.
No, you're a very busy man. I know you very well, Paris. So, but thank you again. So there you have it. Paris Harvey, the Park Orchards senior coach. We've had the Eastland Footy Netball League's been going on for a lot of years, and I think he's up there with that being said. So,
what a great interview! What a great interview!
I was going to say
he was so expansive in what he had to say, and he's given our listeners some great insights into what's happening as a coach.
All right, so thank you for that, Davo. We might take a quick break, and after this, we might get the interview with Pricey, and then we'll go through some other games. Thank you.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round down here at Quambee Reserve between North Ringwood and Park Orchards for a huge game. We're here and we're gathered on, and joining us straight away, and he's a great coach of the North Ringwood Footy Club. He's been around, that's definitely for sure, and he does great things wherever he goes. And that man is Matt Price. Matt, welcome aboard to the 2026 season. We had a few games in a row, and then we had the elimination final. So we had a lot of North Ringwood chat last year, but it's a great chatting North Ringwood again with you this year.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. It's round 2 and we got you already, so we must be doing something right.
Yes,
so
I hope so.
We're very watchable, hopefully.
Yes, last week going down to Beaconsfield, it's never easy playing at that massive ground that Beaconsfield do produce, and you walked away with the 4 points. Do you want to just give a quick analysis of that game?
Look, our guys haven't beaten Beaconsfield over there in the 3 or 4 years that they've been in the competition against each other in Division 1, and we set ourselves to make sure we were prepared round 1. It is a big ground, it's a little bit different. It's an extra kick, it's a little bit wider, it was really windy, and then the rain came in. It was a shocking day out there. So, to go over and get all 3 wins, that's a first for the club for sure, so we're really happy with the effort.
Most improved side, I would say, last year, and a prelim final coming from 5th spot, you must be pretty happy about that. But how's the off-season been? Obviously, this is our first time talking to you, but how have you seen the pre-season, and anything that really got to your mind straight away? Did you go through that prelim final and what the loss that you learned heading into this year?
Yeah, look, we did. We knew that we'd built throughout the year. It was a new system, new program that we're running. We played a lot of kids, and then we built into the year, and then we got to finals, and the first final was a bit of an eye-opener for the guys. I think they were all surprised themselves that they were able to win a final, and then that sort of built confidence and belief, and then, yeah, obviously we bundled out in the prelim against a really good side. So eventual premiers, and Park Orchards were the only side last year we didn't beat. So, we know these guys are the benchmark, and we basically set ourselves through pre-season to continue growing with the younger guys. We felt that we'd built, but we weren't quite there. We had a few guys come off Rangers list that are playing today that we thought would be good additions rather than going to recruit, and we sort of continued on that path to just keep playing the younger guys until we feel like we're really ready to take it to the next level. But we're still experimenting and still building on what we've got, and you can see that today. Our depth is better, but we're still not quite where we need to be.
Speaking of pre-season, Anglesey.
Yes.
It was a bit different to the result that you had last year at the pre-season game.
Yeah, so Anglesey we did last year as a bit of a camp, get to go away and play a game of footy and then stay the night and a bit of a bonding session with the group, which is really good, which we did that last year. We've done that again this year, and we ended up only taking 25 senior players down there and played a 6-quarter game. It was a bit messy, but it was more about the opportunity to get away with the group and bond, and they do a beach session together and play the game, and then we all head out at 9. It's always a bit of shenanigans afterwards.
Yes. So. Who was the best one?
Probably all the coaches were the best.
Really?
Yeah, the big fella, the twos coach out there, Tango, he was a bit of a mess, and there was a few of us older guys leading the charge, that's for sure.
There you go.
A bit of fun.
Off-season still again, we had 2 boys go up to the NT. Do you want to give us a bit of a rundown on Channy and Pato and how they went up there?
Yeah, so those 2 boys have done 6 months up in Darwin and both played off in the grand final, and have actually come back better players. They're super fit. They're coming off 2 full seasons. The hardest thing's now going to be to manage them through the year and make sure we're not overloading them to play back to back to back. So we'll look at resting them at times when they need and they're a bit sore. But Braunthal, who's come back super fit, he had a great game last week. It's the best I've seen him play under me, and he just looked like he was a guy that wasn't playing his first game like everyone else was. Everyone's come up for pre-season. He just looked like he was playing a regular game. So, they had good years up there, and hopefully Channy can continue that form.
Often we say that coaches are a reflection of the players that they were. How have you brought your style, your system, your thoughts into the way that you coach?
Yeah, I have heard a little bit of that. The way I played is a little bit different than others, but what I try and bring to our group is more about understanding of your role, understanding of the game, as much as I can pass on the knowledge of that. So every single player in our team should be calm in every situation, knowing that they have an option to go to. There's a player there to give that option to, and start to think 2 or 3 steps ahead rather than when I get it, I'll start thinking about what to do. So that's how I always thought of the game, and I'm just trying to pass that on. And we do a lot of that at training, so making sure guys are in the right spots all the time. So if they get the footy, they go somewhere, someone's there to receive it. And you'll see that in our game today. It is still a bit scrappy and messy, but the processes are in place, and that holds us in good stead most of the time.
Now, Em's taken most of the credit for how you went last year and your improvement during the year.
Yep.
Surprisingly, did not.
Surprisingly. And spent a fair bit of time pre-match talking about it.
Yep.
So, without having her at the during pre-season this year,
yep,
what have you been able to do to take that next step that you know you need to take to become one of those sides that everyone goes, well, we don't want to be playing North Ringwood?
Yeah, well, without Em, it's been difficult, to be honest. Em's very good at her structural awareness and what's happening in game. So she was really good at that last year with our in-game stuff. So she reads the game really well and understands what's happening in game and gets her message across. So she's a bit of a hole to fill, but she's moved on to bigger and better things. I think the media suits her for sure.
Joining the great media team.
The media suits her for sure. I'm sure those boys at Sandy, I know she had a great connection with the guys at Eastern Rangers that played here, and she'll have a good connection with those younger guys at Sandy. So, I'm sure she's going to do some good things down there. But for us, look, we're just still continuing. Like last pre-season, everything I added in was brand new to every player. Whereas this pre-season, even the boys would come up to me after night one and go, we did that better than we did last year, straight away. So they know the drill, they know what we're supposed to be doing, they know what we're supposed to be being. So that improvement is there. Now we just have to improve the skill at the level and be able to come up to sides like Park Orchards and Mitcham and even Boronia. So, we've just got to keep rising up.
And are you still enjoying the fact that, you're a young coach. It's not like you're an old person like myself.
I would beg to differ.
I'm old enough.
You're a young coach.
Pricey couldn't match the lingo last year.
No.
Pricey's an old man.
Yeah.
How much are you learning each and every time you go out and train and coach?
Yeah, the young guys, if you say that I'm a young coach, like this next group coming through, this younger brigade of players that are playing now, they are a different bunch. They are completely different. They're very insular. They're very quiet. They're very mild-mannered. There's no rah-rah. I'm sure in their own little spaces they are, but it's very quiet, and they all need a little bit of a cuddle now. You can't really rip into them anymore. It's more about giving them a cuddle, letting them know that they're doing a good job and to improve and try and help them on their way and just give them confidence, really. They just thrive on confidence. If they're low on confidence, you won't see them, but they just thrive on confidence. So the more you can pump them up, the more chance you got of them playing well.
And that were definitely the conversations I think we were having last year around the culture difference, around when you were playing versus, again, what these guys are like.
Yeah.
You've got some really good, young, talented players. Rye Cantwell's not playing today. He's gone to Richmond.
Yeah.
Riley White did a pre-season.
Yes.
And then, and then Kieran and Mackenzie are at North. Am I missing anyone?
No, they're the guys at VFL list, but there's two boys from Rangers playing today in the seniors, so Bo Garrett, Will Waller.
Which is great to see.
And then there's a couple others that aren't playing, that aren't available, that might play over the next few weeks. But, so, those young guys are, we're just trying to build their confidence up. Rice, I spoke to him last night for a good half an hour. He's loving his VFL time, but it's also he's eager to play and he's not getting a game, and he comes back here and dominates. So he's just got to find his way at the next level up, and we're always looking to find that next level, and that's where he's at the moment. But he's learning heaps and enjoying his experiences down there. And now he's just got to come back and play well each week here for us.
My last one: how important is getting Jack Whelan back into the group and the squad?
Yeah, well, he was one that reached out pre-season, said he was keen to play again, and straight away we're like, we'd love to have you down, but we are young, and there's lots of numbers, there's guys everywhere, so you will have to train to get in. But he's been great. He's trained every night, done the work. We played him in the twos last week because he missed one of the Pracky games, and he just needed some touch, but he comes in today. We really need some experience with Cantwell going out, and he was the obvious choice, and him and Fitzpatrick, both with good Premier football under their belt, will come in and play midfield, and that'll hold us in good stead today. So, really looking forward to seeing how they go.
Just touching on Fitzpatrick, obviously missed last year due to a broken leg. How great is it to see him back out onto the park?
He's done a mountain of work to get back. Even started pre-season, he wasn't running at 100%. He was doing 50% stuff through pre-season. He missed the whole year. So he played one pracky match and he was good to go. We just sort of kept him back last week, and he'll be right to go today. But he's got some real good speed, power. He's a good athlete, so be good to see him going.
Price, we've got one last question for you, and it's probably the most important question that we're going to have for you today.
Here we go.
And I think for all the North Ringwood fans that are listening out there, I think this is something that everyone's questioning, and we just want to put the rumours to rest. Are you going to be playing a Vets game for North Ringwood at all anytime this year?
Here we go.
Nah, not a chance. No. I spoke to a few of the Vets guys here, and there's no spots available at the moment. They're going pretty well, the Vets. I don't need me running around. And I've got my work cut out with this group, and there's definitely that's not going to happen. So we put those rumours to bed. that won't be happening for sure.
Surely you could wrap a few medals around your neck and just walk out to the middle and say, hey, boys, I don't really need to do too much.
No.
Just sit me across half back and I'll feed you whenever you like.
No, I get enough out of the training with the boys. I'll sometimes jump in and kick a few out from full back, and that's my little footy fix. I don't need to be going around getting bumped and tackled and thrown to the ground. And stood on in Vets games on a Friday night. This is enough for me. So, no, that won't be happening at all.
Did you ever get tackled?
Man, this guy's too good.
I got tackled a few times.
Guys wouldn't even know what a tackle is.
Just touching on the culture of the club, which is, you got the 3 women's side, the 3 men's sides, the Vets. It must be great to be down here at Quambee Reserve with the amount of teams and the amount of players, the support you get as well.
Yeah, well, actually, it's funny you say that. That's one thing that we've been really proud of with the women's team, is getting the 3 sides together. So they're the first club to do it, and the behind-the-scenes stuff has been huge to get them 3 up. We actually have 45 or 46 registered under-19 kids as well, which is disappointing that we spoke to the EFL about getting a second side, and they've knocked that back. They've knocked it back 3 times, so we've got 15 kids not playing today that have just not playing footy because they couldn't get a second side up. And it was probably on us a little bit to sort of let the league know that we were going to have enough for 2 sides. But with Park Orchards folding like a week before the season, a couple have come across, and when there was talk of a second side, a few others have rolled in, and we're ready to go. But yeah, spoke to the league, and they wouldn't allow us a second side, which is a bit frustrating because there's kids everywhere coming around wanting to play and be involved, and we want to build the club up to be bigger. And we're going to have to let a few of those kids go, I think, because they're not getting a game at the moment, so which is frustrating. But great club to be involved with, yeah. And Thursday night meals is out of control in there. I think there's like 200 people trying to get a roll and stuff like that. So
yeah, and just a quick one. I just want to get a short answer for this one. Who's going to get the job on Liam Taylor today?
Oh yeah, I forgot Liam was playing actually.
Did I call this? Surely.
Come on. You said just another player.
Just another player. They asked me. I said, if I know Pricey well enough, it'll
just
happen.
tell us once? Just give us a little.
If Liam's good enough to play well, good on him. But I've seen enough of Liam, and I think we'll be fine.
Very good. I love the short answer. Very good. Matt, I'll let you go. Obviously a champion in the Eastern Football Netball League, and we hope to see you running out the Vets. I don't think that's going to happen, but all the best for today, and I'm sure we will get a couple more media games for North Ringwood, but good to talk things all North Ringwood.
Yeah, good calling today, and enjoy the game. Hopefully we play well.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Matt Price there, the North Ringwood senior coach. It's just thriving at the moment, the Saints are, with a lot of teams, and it's very hard to get into this great organisation that is North Ringwood.
It is such a strong culture, and this is on top of, I think it's 20-plus junior teams, which is quite astonishing, and it shows the growth area as well. You got a lot of talented schools around this area like Aquinas, Whitefriars, Yarra Valley Grammar around the corner, but you've also got such young families around this area, Davo.
Just on those juniors as well, not just the numbers, but pretty much every year, easily for the last sort of 3, 4 years, we've been videoing the junior finals. North Ringwood have almost always got 5 or 6 plus teams playing, so they've got the skills there as well. So
one of the things that North are doing really well, when Pricey came on board, he also brought Shaq across, he was a forward line coach last year, and I assume he's still doing forwards this year. But his role was also to build that connection between the juniors and the seniors. So you might see, if we do a couple more games, that we'll have the young kids, they'll be at the huddle, they'll be having a little cheer squad, they'll come into the pre-game address and all those kind of things. So really, again, it's just about that sustainability piece, and really investing in the juniors so that we've got those good players coming through that want to be a part of the club and want to see these kids, see these players that they've grown up watching.
I think the part of it that's impressive is that we often talk about juniors. It's not so much what you say, it's about what you do. And if you are going to have all these juniors, you need to use them. You need to give them opportunities, because there are clubs around that have got huge amounts of juniors but just don't give them the opportunities, and therefore they leave. So you look through the list, both sides, You know, as Park Orchards, as Paris said, they're full one-pointers.
Which
Which is because of the fact that they bring these kids through. North's Ringwood, and as you said, this is what Pricey and yourself. Yeah, I know you don't want to take credit, but your experience in the area that you've been in allows you to be able to at least have a voice. And once you have a voice in this competition, then it's so important. And your voice has been promotion of juniors, being able to educate and show. Kids want to come here then. That's what they want to come here. They want to learn, but they also want an opportunity. And when you get them, more kids go, well, hang on. These kids I played with them 2 years ago in under 16s or under 7. They're playing one's footy. I want to come here and play as well. And that's so important in our local competitions, because anyone can go outside and throw whatever money at someone. And you might have to do that because of positional situation. But if you can get your juniors through the club, A, they don't cost as much, B, the points are different, and C, they hang around. So important in the building of the culture of the club. Both clubs have done it magnificently. Really good, really impressive.
100%.
They have indeed. So we might take a quick break, and then after this, well, the call team's coming in, and you hear all the breakdowns and, of course, the game itself. I'd like to thank you all for jumping on for the pre-game for this week's edition of the Match of the Round down here at Quambee Reserve between North Ringwood and Park Orchards. Call team will be straight on after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Quambee Reserve for today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round, live on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and streaming around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Josh Ward here. I'd say the call team is assembled, but it's a little disassembled at the moment. Ryan Long to join me shortly in the caller's chair. Brett Davidson on special comments. A great pre-game, Davo.
Certainly was, Joshua. I think the coaches were really good with us today. They gave us a lot of insight into what they've been doing, how they're going, and what their clubs are looking like. And that's the sort of thing that our listeners want to hear.
Yeah.
They want to get that from the coaches because often they can't get out and hear them talk or whatever it may be. And it gives a bit of a personal side to them as well. And that was the other good thing, having someone like Em with us, able to bring out a laugh and a joke with with Pricey, which was fantastic. But really good pre-match there.
Yeah, and looking forward to the contest ahead. Just touching on this reserves game, 40 seconds left, and it's Park Orchards, 13-6-84. Set to defeat North Ringwood, who are currently 5-4-34. Emily Mackay will be joining us on special comments. We've also got Paul Yukone in the Stats Centre, but in the co-callers chair, great to be calling alongside this man, Ryan Long.
Thank you, Josh. Great to be here. Obviously, a big game. Two really good sides. You obviously got quite a bit out of both coaches in the pre-game, which is fantastic. Two of the best, two of the most experienced in the Eastern Football Netball League. So great to hear their insight heading into this one. And I really do think this is a big opportunity for North Ringwood to knock off a side they haven't beat before in Park Orchards. And a lot of promise into this season. And I think both sides, when you look at them on paper, they match up quite nicely.
Yeah, they do. I think one of the things is we are going to see two very different styles. As I said, you've got Paris, who's structurally strong. He's got that ability to be able to create a side that will play a certain way and they don't go outside that. And from what I gathered from Pricey and from Em in her discussion and questioning is the fact that there's a little bit of still, it's all still a little bit new, and there's an opportunity for some freedom to explore out in the ground, and that's going to provide some real difference in the way that you've got playing styles, and I really enjoy that. I really like the fact that we're not going to see the same from both sides. So, I had Park Orchards, and I had them just on more swinging towards North Ringwood a little bit. I love this idea of the young guys taking on the competition and providing something a bit different. And I'm going to stick my hand up and say I think North Ringwood just for me.
I think it'll be an entertaining contest. Emily Mackay also joining us. What helps North Ringwood is the fact they've brought in some Eastern Rangers boys, William Waller and Bo Garrett. Waller had a bit of an impact at the senior level last year as well defensively. Garrett, this being his second senior game. So it's certainly going to be a strong North Ringwood lineup, and with Jack Whelan coming back into the fold also.
Yeah, absolutely. I also watched, I think Garrett Will definitely played against us at Sandy in the first round of TAC Cup, or Coates Talent is what it is, sorry. And they played, Will played a really, really good game there. So it's nice to see him coming out, and I'm sure he's going to do really well in the back line. Back to our tips to win. I don't know whether I'm being biased or anything like that.
Emily, don't worry. There's a lot more of us that are biased on the media team, and I'm one to talk.
Yeah, but I don't even need to say it. I think North will do really well today. I think that the young players all together, after playing a whole season, and they've got a lot of belief now, or I'm going to assume they've got a lot of belief, and they should.
Yeah.
So that's going to also play a really, really big role in this game. So I think that they'll come out just in front. I think it'll be a very tight game, though.
I think it'll be a hotly contested game. Should be hopefully high scoring given the conditions on hand, and the deck is in really good condition. Paul Yukone is also joining us in the Stats Centre. Welcome, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. And it's great to be here. It's a wonderful day for it. Both sides got off to a great start to the year, and it's going to be a really hotly contested game, and I reckon Park Orchards will get out by 2 goals.
And also joining us on the boundary, it's our main man, the man who did a great job hosting pre-game, none other than Blakey Tennant. BT, what's it like down on ground level?
Conditions are very good. I got a little bit of a scare because Aiden Begg didn't run out with the team, but he's just crossed with the team then, so he is playing. I thought he would have been a late out, but he's in. Ground conditions is very good. Usually around this time, it's always great conditions, so a little bit of a breeze. It's a slight breeze, not too affecting, so really looking forward to this contest. And if you want my tip, I'm going to go to Sharks in this one. I think the Sharks will win by 16 points are going. So.
Are you saying that because I said Montrose were going to lose?
No, nothing to do with that. No, if you watched Insight on the YouTube, did tip the Sharks. So there you go.
Thanks there to Blake. We'll get his insight throughout this contest down on ground level, and we'll always do a magnificent job calling the women's game early this morning alongside yourself, Ryan. Your tip for this game?
I'm tipping the Sharks. I don't think there'll be much in it between the two sides. Just having a look at the two teams, I think from the back of what we saw last year in Park Orchard's very consistent, particularly in the home and away season. Looks like they're pretty much at full strength from just having a quick look through the sides. I think slightly that they might just get across the line, but North Ringwood, they showed a lot of promise last year, and I think they're going to be one to keep an eye on this year. And if they can knock off a real big contender in Park Orchards in the early part of the season, I think that goes a long way for their confidence going forward in season 2026, Josh.
Sure will. I've backed in Park Orchards, but I think I was tempted to swing it to North Ringwood with their inclusions this week, Davo.
Not bad, just disappointed.
Look, I do think when you do look at it, and I agree with Longy, that you've got a fact, Park Orchards are nearly at full strength. Yep. Blakey and Keppel come back into the side, so you've got a leader and a key. The two players come out. It's not that they're poor players, but they've just really strengthened their team. And you look at North Ringwood, you bring Whelan in. People haven't seen this guy play. Like he was the best in the competition 3 years in a row. So he's won 2 medals, I think. So he's been really good. And bringing in Fitzpatrick is a huge in. The 2 young kids, Waller and Garrett, we're interested to see how they're going to go. But the players that have come out, apart from Cantwell, I think North Ringwood have actually improved their side for this week. So I think both sides are at really top strength, and that's going to make it even better.
Probably another shout out that we haven't really mentioned is Ollie McKenzie. So he's on the North Melbourne list, and he's in today. He just hasn't probably been given much love in terms of all the exciting ins and outs. So he'll be one to watch down in the back line, and then you combine that with Woll, Loco's down there, Lockie O'Donnell's very consistent. That is a very strong back line. Yeah. Even with Cantwell out, Cantwell provides run, but in terms of physicality, pressure, reading the game, especially having Loco, round 2, so he's not going to tear a hammy anytime soon. Well, shouldn't say that. But there's a bit to it. Maybe I am a bit biased, but they've got some really good young players coming through.
Mackenzie's a great story, So he trialled for the under 14 interleague a number of years ago, and he made it, but he only made the 2 side because he hadn't grown, and he probably was the wrong shape at that stage. He had a great ability at the contest, and he was really good with his hands and feet, but his decision-making wasn't fantastic. And then he went under 15s. He still played in the 2s in the under 15s. Then he went through to the Rangers squad in the 16s, or he might have missed the 16s and gone into the 18s later on. But I look at him now, he's a completely different shape. Everything about him looks like a senior footballer, and I'm personally really excited to see what he's like, because having seen him as a much younger player, just like Kieran Rice, just like Matty Shepherd when he was here as a North Ringwood 18, went to Baldwin, played at Baldwin for a number of years and was a good player. Jackson Braunthal, more known as a cricketer than a footballer, a super cricketer, but he's come through now, and certainly, as what Pricey said, he's played a great game. The Livingstons, well, they're a legendary name within this area.
For both clubs,
for both clubs. All the dads of, you've got Tim, who played for Richmond and is now still at Richmond. You've got Jace, you've got all the other, Shane, you've got all the brothers and the cousins and the whatever. It's just fantastic to see that those kids coming through.
What I loved about when we saw North Ringwood a couple times last year, you forget how young some of these guys are. Will Waller was 17 last year, running around and dominated in one of the match of the rounds we saw. Mackenzie's very young. A lot of these players, they they have such confidence for guys who have only played a handful of senior games, and of course they've played through at the Eastern Rangers and these other programs, and they just slide into this side so easily, and I think that's a really, really positive sign for this club.
I think there was one point where a couple of the older guys were out, and I reckon there was only 4 or 5 over the age of 22, 23.
Oof.
And that was a consistent trend throughout the year. So it is a ridiculously young side.
It is.
And that's got its positives and negatives, hasn't it? And that's why bringing someone like a Whelan back in just gives them that little bit of experience, which you do need against some of these other sides. That bloke who's got the 150, 200 games experience in this competition, really important to have them as well.
Well, they've got 2 guys missing. Obviously, Liam Taylor with the experience that's playing for Orch, but one person that hasn't had a mention yet is Harry Flynn. So you mentioned cricket before.
Yes, over in England.
Yeah, so he's over in England at the moment, which means he won't be playing a season out here. So that's another guy with a fair chunk of experience, or probably one of the more experienced of the younger guys. So that is a bit of a hurt for North Ringwood because everyone else is just so young underneath that.
But you still, again, look at the experience, like a Jack Whelan who would have played close to 200 senior games.
Absolutely.
Jaden Van Oonen as well, on top of guys like a Matty Shepherd, a Michael Loco. I think that's crucial with young sides to have experience on most lines to help lift them when they're starting to potentially go down in a contest. So it'll certainly be quite fascinating to see how they go today, as we might... I think I heard Blake try to speak into the microphone before. Go ahead, Blake.
Yeah, so the game, all the players are all ready to go, and we're just waiting for the umpires, and they've finally decided to show up. So that's why captains are about to do the coin toss right now. So as North Ringwood's captain's in there.
Luke Patterson taking the captaincy armband today, Blake.
Yeah, by the looks of things, yes.
Well, Fenton I think he had surgery on his ankle, so he was injured towards the back end of the year, and then couldn't have surgery until the off-season. So Fenton's obviously not here, which is probably why Patto's taking the captaincy there.
And he's another pretty young player. He's still got a bit of experience under his belt, Patterson.
I reckon he's 23,
North
24, so quite young.
Yeah.
One experienced person I am looking forward to seeing come back later on will be Sharpie.
Yes.
Ooh.
So he's also got a bit of a niggle still as well.
North Ringwood won the toss, guys, and they'll be kicking to the left of your screen, and then Park Orchards will be kicking to the famous hillside, as I mentioned before. So good viewing spot.
That would be the right side of your screen.
Right, sorry.
I'm looking.
Here we go.
Where's the hill?
You're on the opposite end of the ground, Blake.
Were there numbers in those directions?
So North Ringwood going to the
right.
Right, there you go.
Thank you, Blake. Keep an eye on that. Of course, we're ready to go in just a moment as the last patrons come off the field and the players make their way into their positions for a big round 2 clash. We've gone through the tips. It's a big Division 1 game here. Both sides played off in the finals last season. Park Orchards eliminated in that grand final, and North Ringwood making it all the way to a preliminary final. So 2 sides expected to go pretty far this season.
Certainly are, which will be quite fascinating as both sides move into position. Hayden Begg, he had a pretty good game as well last week, as did Jackson Braunthal and Kieran Rice. And I saw a bit of the footage. They were almost waxing lyrical, Kieran Rice and Jackson Braunthal. They passed the ball that many times to one another, so it'll be quite fascinating to see how they go in this afternoon's contest. As looks like it might be Henry Amir set to start. It is Henry Amir who's going to start in ruck for Park Orchards. Obviously no Josh Chappell, who played reserves this afternoon in a big reserves victory for the Sharks, as both sides are ready themselves. It's said to be a fascinating contest out here at Quambee Reserve between the Saints and the Sharks, 2 local rivals battling it out for the Livingston Cup. As umpire takes one final look across Quambee Reserve, holds the ball aloft to signal the start of this Eastland match of the round. Ryan Long.
Perfect conditions out here at Quambee Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. Begg with the first hit out of the afternoon. Straight down as Park Orchards now through Satiri. Moves this down the line, almost there to Lewis Down. He had a big performance last week. Mackenzie involved. They link up again to the Saints as they go down the line themselves. And taking the intercept mark there, Josh McAuliffe. He looks to take the game on, looking for Keppel. Just getting in time there was Fitzpatrick with the spoil, and now the Saints are off their first forward 50 entry of the afternoon. Falling into the hands here of Mooney. He's handball over the top. Picked off by McAuliffe, and we'll get a ball up inside forward 50 here for the Saints. Great crowd out here at Quambee Reserve. The ball up inside 50. Ball going nowhere, trapped in once again, so a repeat stoppage.
Spiteri starting in the back half, not the forward half, which will give them a little bit more run from that area.
Tap down one by the Saints, down the throat of Jackson Braunthal, who's locked up. It might be pinged here, will be by Max Morton. Still young into his senior career, handballs it off to a more experienced player in Prosenac. Goes to the right half-back flank, and they go to the wing, where it's cut off by Lachlan O'Donnell. At good position, has Rice with a lateral kick. Decides to go to him. The North Melbourne VFL listed player handballs it immediately, and the Saints are at centre half forward. It's out the back for Max Morton again. A couple of possessions last couple of minutes. Got the handball out to Price Inglis, who quickly got it away, and down the line Liam Jeffs goes. Stays in play. Waller with a smart tap to Kieran Rice, who ducks and weaves out of trouble. Got the handball back from Will Vag. Goes through the middle with a really great kick. Mark taken by James Leach. Handballed it immediately to Fitzpatrick inside forward 50. The Sharks will be able to mop up, and they get the short dabbing kick in the direction of Tyler Prunty.
So Prunty switching it towards the broadcast side. Kane Keppel right in front of us. Mark on the chest. Forward they go. Looking to enter their forward 50. Picked up nicely there by Widoff. Got the hands off. Prosenac goes back to Keppel. The skipper goes long towards the top of the square. Might just fall into the hands of Lewis Downey at the back. And the Sharks will have the first set shot on goal for this afternoon.
Something they're so strong at, Davo, that switch and that transition, isn't it?
It is, but I suppose the one thing, if you look at North Ringwood, they've let themselves down now with two inside 50s with short kicks and missed both of them. The long kick in here, and just looked like the two defenders misjudged it.
Downey comes in, makes no mistake. First on the board for Park Orchards. They move to 1 straight 6 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Ringwood yet to score 3 minutes into this first quarter.
And you can't afford to allow him to drop down in that area, Downey.
No.
He's too valuable. He kicks too many goals. If he's going to start up high and work back, you've really got to be aware of him.
Great setup kick, though, from Kane Keppel, who looks like he's sporting a glove today, Keppel, which is something new. Missed last week for Park Orchards.
Well, that was why, because I think he hurt his finger getting in before the season started, so that's why he's got the glove on.
Big one, that tap down will get the ball back from Rice. Handballs it immediately after being under duress. It's out now for William Waller, who almost handballed it to himself. Instead finds a teammate who's locked up. And on centre wing far side, right in front of the Jamie Redfern scoreboard, which reads 1 straight 6 Park Orchards to North Ringwood yet to register. Love this ball tossed up. Begg once again won the tap down. Nearly took it out of ruck after winning that tap. It's in the trenches where Jack Whelan, will see him pretty often in and under, the former league best and fairest, and I think a Chandler medalist as well. As this ball once again tossed up, Begg won that down to his teammate, who sends it to the left half forward flank. It falls short, but still picked up by Mitch Hansen, who goes inside forward 50, cut off by Max Morton, who's had an impressive start. Got it to Spiteri, goes with a dabbing ball, and the mark taken. That might be Josh McAuliffe at the right half back flank for Park Orchards.
4.5 minutes into this game, Emily.
North Ringwood just has to be really careful here, because Park Orchards are pushing a player up into the centre, all from the forward line, but the spread out from the contest is really, really good. So it just stuffs up the structure for North a little bit, which is allowing Park Orchards to get that ball movement into the forward line quite seamlessly.
And it looks like they've won themselves a free kick here in the middle of the ground. That'll be McKenzie to take this for the Saints. He'll kick it towards the far side of the ground. Hanson involved. Across the line it goes. We'll get our boundary thrown on the far wing. 5 minutes into this first term. Park Orchards 1 straight 6. North Ringwood yet to score. Ball brought back into play. Begg with the tap down. And we'll get another ball up.
Have to take advantage of Begg's dominance so far early, you'd think.
Been very good early in the opening 5 minutes, and free kick here going against Begg after you praised him, Josh. And
right on cue.
The Park Orchard side is now out. They look to switch this onto the broadcast side, but the mark was dropped, which gives North Ringwood a big opportunity. It's Livingston. That's out of bounds on the full, so free kick here going the way of Price Inglis.
Left half back flank Hill have it for Park Orchards. The Sharks kicking to the left of your radio dial in this first quarter. North Ringwood to the right. He'll go down the line right in front of us in the van out here. Begg in good position. Forced to contest alongside the Park Orchards player who's locked up by Kane Keppel. And we'll have a ball up. Prime position will be in for this stoppage. As Begg prepares to go up in ruck against the Mir. It's Begg who won the tap down. It was down a Park Orchards player though. And Tom Rees, a young player. Still had a decent game last week for Park Orchards out at Mullen Reserve as Begg took matters into his own hands. Got Brutes a ball. Braunthal applies the pressure, but it's the Sharks who escape. And they send it into attack through Liam Webb. Inside forward 50 he goes. Keppel was locked up. Still got it to Prosenak. Some quick handballs work really well to Spiteri. With a great finish after a great build-up from the Sharks. 2 straight 12 Park Orchards move to. North Ringwood yet to score after 7 minutes of play here.
Again, that was just that prime example with Park Orchards coming into the contest, congesting that a little bit so that they can spread. So they isolated 3 players down in the forward line, which gives them that room to move and easily able to transition that ball into the forward line. So we'll expect to see a little bit more of that in this quarter and see how Pricey changes North Ringwood's structure to adapt to that.
Absolutely. Paul in the stats center.
Yeah, Park Orchard's been really efficient so far in this game. They've only had the 2 inside 50s but they've kicked 2 goals from both of them.
Chance now for the Saints through Rice. The big game yesterday on the stat sheet last week. As they go now forward towards centre half forward here for the North Ringwood side.
That's the 6th kick in, not so much inside 50, but into the forward half of North Ringwood. Not one of them has hit a target yet.
So again, it's Begg with the tap down. Sin. And they get the mark now inside 50. That's what you were asking for. And
don't know if he really meant that one, but it doesn't matter. It got into the area
and
you take it.
Ask and you shall receive.
So Bo Garrett.
And look, we're only, 6 minutes into the quarter. You got to let the first 10 minutes of the game go, right?
Exactly.
And once the players start to settle, and again, North have a really young side, so we're going to go into the contest. It's so hard when you look up and all you see is Park Orchard's jumpers. It's so hard to be able to hit a target and not just bomb the ball down the line, which is what they've been doing. So
Garrett's missed to the right side of the big sticks. Sees North Ringwood's first score of the day, 1 behind to Park Orchard's 2 straight 12.
And 1.5 minutes played here in the first quarter of the Eastland match of the round as a dangerous kick. Won't pay off to Amir. Saints have the numbers. They get it out back to William Waller. Handball was rushed. Forced Sin into action. He still provided some good pressure. He might get this ball back here. He does from his teammate in Luke Patterson. Inside forward 50, Sin goes with a high up and under ball. It's the Sharks at the feet of the ball. Prosenak just looking to gain territory, applying the tackle alongside Price Inglis. And it's going to be holding the ball to Price Inglis. As advantage is paid, Prosenak off to the races. Chipping ball over the top is a good one. He'll look to get this ball back. Decides to go to Prunty with the kick, who handballed it immediately. The Sharks inside forward 50. Makrakanis couldn't take clean possession. Hickey mops up though. On the left he wheels inside 50. Kick cut off. And the intercept mark taken by Riley White. Of course, great season last year. The former Eastern Ranger goes short to Jaden Van Noonen, who looks to just take some time off the clock. Umpire calls play on. He goes lateral back to Riley White.
So White now working along the line. 9 coming up to 10 minutes gone in this first term. 2 straight 12 Park Orchards to North Ringwood, 1 behind if you're just joining us. They go down the line again on the far side of this ground. Fell through the hands of Davidson. And happy to see it over the line is Amir. So with a boundary throw in right in front of Paris Harvey and the Park Orchards coaching staff. Begg, another tap down. It's Braunthal, now over the top. Bit of a chance here, but the kick is intercepted by Price Inglis. And now the Sharks look to be off. Moving the ball down the line is Keppel. Got the hands off quickly to the teammate running past, who sends this inside 50. Poor kick, but McKenzie didn't take the mark. It came off his chest, which gives the Sharks another opportunity. Ball comes forward here to Sam Heron, who lines him up and misses to the right. 2-1-13 Park Orchards, North Ringwood, one behind, 10.5 minutes gone, and the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Paul.
Clearances so far are 4-2 in favour of North Ringwood, and the tackles are 6-7 in favour of Park Orchards.
Riley White on kick-in duties. Eyes darting towards the far side of Quambee Reserve, which is the direction he heads. His teammate and Shepherd pushed out his opponent legally, but it's in the hands of the Saints, who are locked up. And at the right half forward flank for Park Orchards, this ball will be thrown up. 11.5 minutes gone in the first quarter. It's the Sharks with the fast start. 2 straight kicks they lead by is Van Noonan trying to extract it from the stoppage. Locked up by Jacob Price Inglis. And another ball up will ensue, which we've seen a bit of in the opening stages of this contest out here at Quambee Reserve. 2 finalists from last year as Blakey's out the back, got the quick handball away to Liam Webb, who fumbled the ball, and North Ringwood will pounce. Jaden Van Noon and umpire calls play on, nothing doing, so another ball up will take place.
North Ringwood's forwards really have to be alert on that defensive play that's coming up from stoppage.
In fact, it was Patterson who went up in ruck, deflected Henry Amir's tap. Spall came in from the Park Orchards man, and it's to his teammates' benefit. His kick, not so great, and the intercept mark taken by Lachlan O'Donnell. Hounded pretty much on the mark there by Whitnish, still got it away, and the Saints at the left half forward flank where it's cut off.
So now through Spiteri, finds Prosnak in the middle of the ground. Prosnak got Keppel, great hands.
He's been quite dominant early, just great positioning, great skill set. Pricey might have to start looking at him and how we're going to get him out of the game.
And they like to bring the ball one hand out. They like to spread out wide, and you can see them always looking into that area. North have been caught going down the side that it's come out from. So, you know, as you said, Em, they've probably got they need to settle down a little bit more.
So as we know, very good goal kicker. Has kicked 128 goals. Kane Keppel looking for his first of the afternoon. That has gone and hit the post. So minor score 2-2-14 Park Orchards. One behind North Ringwood, 13 minutes gone in the first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Paul, you got no stats center?
Yeah, the forward 50 marks so far in this game are 2-1 in favour of Park Orchards.
McKenzie with the kick. Not too sure what that was, but it will be cut off by Keppel as he goes somewhat inside forward 50. The mark taken. And it's Michael Prosenak, who certainly has the boot for this. Does Prosenak, who has been a star for many years with Park Orchards. Has been a key reason behind their rise up the ranks over the past couple of seasons and into Premier Division a couple of years ago.
I've got to support him because he's my physio.
50-degree angle from outside the arc. Set Sal, it'll drift back, but falls short and be rushed through for a behind. So Park Orchards move to 2-3-15. North Ringwood one behind at the 14-minute mark of the first quarter.
So McKenzie bouncing footy. Bit of work here for Waller. As it's seen over the line. 14-point lead to the Sharks. Early stages of this game. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Keppel. And passes over the top. Chance here for the Sharks. Downey was in the square. Spoiled across the line by McKenzie.
We're talking about the young players before, so it was Waller and McKenzie, both with really, really nice spoils in the back line, saving those goals there. Just the stuff that you love to see from North Ringwood.
I had a bit of midfield minutes last week, McKenzie, from what I saw, actually, which was quite fascinating. Got a few possessions.
Well, he's got, I wouldn't necessarily say a bigger body, but he's just got that body that will just go in and actually contest properly. And in the conditions that that they were last week with a bit of rain, it makes sense. Just Pricey likes to change things up a little bit, so it doesn't surprise me that he's had a couple of minutes in there.
Waller took the kick in, went short. Found White, left back pocket for North Ringwood.
he's going to listen back to this. And Riley White, that kick was all me, just saying.
As the mark taken at the left half-back flank for North Ringwood. The kick was smothered, though. The nice spin move from Webb. Set up ball, searching for Whitnish, went over the top of his head. Loco will take advantage. There is Ollie McKenzie. Could have taken a bounce. Decides to go the kick, and it won't pay off. Sam Heron with the intercept mark. Inside forward 50, where his kick will also be cut off. So a bit of kick-to-kick at the moment between the Saints and the Sharks, as we'll go to the Stats Centre shortly. The spoil came in, and we'll go to the Stats Centre now with Paul Yacone.
The intercept marks are 5 apiece.
So it's certainly been a turnover game out here at Quambee Reserve, as Big goes up in ruck. Winning out, though, was Niels Widoff with a big fist. It's the Saints, the clearance, though, although the handball's cut off by Paris Inglis to Downey, with a strong grab ahead of Ollie McKenzie. And it's often dangerous leaving a guy like Lewis Downey out one-on-one. 61 goals last year, 3 goals last week, and we'll be looking to add a second on the board today.
One of the things I'm liking about the way Park Orchards are moving the ball, so there's a lot of people around that contest, and they've got that really nice inside-outside balance. They've always got someone on the outside to hand pass to, so therefore they're able to get those kicks into forward 50 to someone that like an actual mark or an actual target. North Ringwood is struggling with that a little bit, and that's why there's so many turnovers.
Closing in on 100 senior goals as well, Danny, the former Blackburn and former Essendon Duda Stars players. It's a good connection, drifts to the left, stays in play. Riley White happy to rush that through, and it'll be a minor score. 2-4-16, Park Orchards plays North Ringwood. Just the one behind at the 17-minute mark.
The breeze has had an impact on the last 3 shots at goal as well in each one of those kicks.
As North Ringwood looking to clear it out of their back half. A bit of trouble so far. Here's Patiri again for the Sharks. Go backwards. Finds McAuliffe. And he now puts it inside 50, just over the top of Whitnish. Chance for Heron, picked off here by the Saints. Comes back the other way through Magnano, and now inside 50. It's all Saints numbers. McKenzie's underneath that one. Dropped something he probably should have taken. Under a bit of pressure. And we'll get a ball up.
That's a couple by McKenzie that's been dropped. Very unlike him. I'm a bit shocked at the moment, seeing the way he's operating in the back line, because that's not the Ollie McKenzie that I've seen play.
Yeah, bit of perceived pressure there that dropped something he probably should have taken. Out of the ruck, run down. And holding the ball, Keppel. Well done by the Saints.
We talk about them being young and you know, they lose a bit of confidence. He's now turned the ball over 4 times. And I think he's just, you can see it every time he's going for the football. He's just a little bit, I suppose, nervous about what he's doing at the moment.
So Begg out of defence. It's going to come straight back again through the Sharks' hands on that far side. Taylor involved.
I have no doubt that he'll pick himself back up after the first quarter. He's a pretty level-headed kid.
And maybe it comes down to experienced players like a Michael Loco to come to help him out after he's had a good start, McKenzie. But I'm sure his confidence will be pretty high as well after with all the possessions he's nearly had. As we'll have this all tossed back into play. Right up forward flank for Park Orchards. They send it inside forward 50 through Michael Prozenak, who misses to the right. So they're missing opportunities, Park Orchards. They're 2-5-17, or 2-6-18, I should say. North Ringwood just the one behind at the 19-minute mark of the first quarter.
So as you said, had their opportunities, 8 scoring shots to 1, leading this game by 17 points. Long kick out of defence, same area of the ground once again, and there's been a free kick at this time going the way of Aiden Begg. So a good opportunity here for the Saints to set up the half-back line. Short option in Shepherd, and now he's off. They go forward, standing in front, the intercept mark taken, off they go. Spiteri, who's had a bit of the ball in this first term, goes back, and they just maintain possession of the football as we tick closer to quarter time. Almost 20 minutes gone in this first term. Not sure where to go. He decides for the short option. And it's Spiteri again. He goes back. Finds Magnano by himself. And now they're going to switch it. Looking for Webb. Webb has the short option. Sides go inbound. Finds Blakey. Back off the Schaefer. Handballed over the top, was intercepted, still falls in the hands of Prosnak for the Sharks, who goes inside 50. McKenzie with a spoil into a bit of space. It might work out okay for North Ringwood. The bounce didn't suit him. Braunthal involved. Picked up this time by White. Under a lot of pressure are the Saints. Braunthal's kick was smothered. At ground level there, Jack Whelan. We'll get a ball up just outside forward 50 for Park Orchards.
That spoil will give McKenzie a bit of confidence now after an interesting first quarter, to say the least. We're into time on. Paul Yukone in the stats centre.
Yeah, Park Orchards are really taking dominance of the inside 50s the last couple of minutes. They lead that statistic 12-5.
Again, another one in here is Whelan once again in the trenches, as he has been for most of his career, the former Chandler medalist and a former premiership player, of course, with North Ringwood. Is this ball going to be tossed up? Keppel going up in ruck and winning that tap down. The kick will go out of bounds on the full. It'll be a free kick to North Ringwood, and it'll go to Kieran Rice. 39 disposals last week. Of course, now on North Melbourne's VFL list, as mentioned in the pre-game. As is another couple of players today, McKenzie and McLaren Spiteri. So plenty of VFL talent, plenty of young talent on show out here at Quambee Reserve, as there's a great kick from Rice to Matt Shepherd. Heads in the Jackson Braunthal direction. His teammate tried to push out his opponent. Couldn't do so, but the Saints will still end up with possession of the footy. Fitzpatrick taken high. Looks to handball it immediately. Umpire will call him back. And that might be a good thing after Dunn was on the runway, but under a bit of pressure. Left half forward flank, he has it. Goes inside 50 in the Davidson direction. Almost got to push in the back, free kick, but North Ringwood still have it in there, forward 50. And we'll look to apply a bit of pressure, but the Sharks, through hands, are able to escape. And they get it out to Mason Blakey. The kick from Spiteri will be thumped out of bounds by James Leach. And we'll have a ball in. A bit of afters as well from Leach. There on Zach Schaefer, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
I think Paris is definitely going to be talking about their work kicking inside their 50. They've just not been able to hit a target.
So, Begg with another hit out. Chance here for the Saints to try and get their first of the game. Makrikana's got the hands off to Prosnak and back to Spiteri. Spiteri through the middle of the ground finds Keppel. They've moved this pretty quickly. As Kane Keppel sends a long kick inside 50, 2-on-1. Saints should mop that one up, potential mark, but spoiled across the line. So a minus score. That moves Park Orchards to 2-7-19 to North Ringwood, 1 behind. 23 minutes gone in this first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
That was another great passage of play from Park Orchards, using those players out the back. North Ringwood's forwards really have to up their defensive pressure here.
Kick went short to Shepherd on this broadcast side, who again goes short. Found Mitch Hansen. One of the young rising stars, one of many in this North Ringwood lineup, goes to Luke Sin. Of course, I don't think played senior footy last year, Sin.
He was injured for a lot of last year.
I was going to say, so yes. He's back into the senior lineup the first couple of weeks. Went short to Kieran Rice, which is great to see him back on the park. Had a decent game last week as well. As Rice, inboard he goes with a dangerous kick, cut off by the Sharks. Prosnak will look to dish it off with a smart short chipping ball. And the mark taken by his teammate, who'll look to get the Sharks third on the board. And it's Jacob Price-Inglis from a little bit of an angle, but just out potentially right on the 50-metre arc.
It's that kick between the arcs that's really hurting North at the moment. Really hurting them.
And a good set-up kick from Park Orchards as Price-Inglis will kick right on the quarter-time siren. So if he gets this, it's a full-goal buffer to Park Orchards at the first break. He gets a decent fist of it! And it's 24 points the difference between Park Orchards and North Ringwood. Price-Inglis with his first. The Sharks are 37-25. North Ringwood 1 behind after the first quarter. No major goal kickers. All singles for Park Orchards, led by Lewis Downey, Price-Inglis and McLaren Spiteri. We're going to go to a break here in the Eastland match of the round. Right here at Quambee Reserve between North Ringwood and Park Orchards.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, Looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Quambee Reserve, Eastland match of the round between North Ringwood Park Orchards. Quarter time here, it's the Sharks, 3-7-25 leading North Ringwood. 2 behinds. Before we get to the interview at ground level with Blake Tennant, Paul Uconi has got some scores around the ground. So what's happening across the league?
Yeah, in Premier Division. Sorry, just a minute, the internet's...
Oh, the internet's horrible.
We might, struggle here at Quambee.
Oh, I might have the password.
Oh, there you go.
Here
That'd
we
be
go.
handy. We'll take that if we can get it. But
here we go. All right, so Berwick and Donny East are 3-2-20 apiece. Noble Park 6-3-39 to South Belgrave 5-5-35. Rowville 5-4-34 to South Croydon 3-3-21. And Blackburn 1-4-10 to Vermont 1-3-9 in Div 1. Mitcham 4-3-27 to Bayswater 4-2-26. Beaconsfield 3-4-22 to Baronia 2-1-13. Murrelbach 3-1-19 to Montrose 2-4-16. And Wanney South 4-4-28 to Norwood 3-1-19 in Division 2. Croydon 7-2-44 to Heathmont 4-4-28. Templestowe 5-4-34 to Mulgrave 2-2-14. Surrey Park 4-5-29 to Scoresby 4-2-26. And Waverley Blues 3-3-21 to East Burwood 3-2-20 in Div 3. Donvale 8-9-57 to the Oakley District 2-1-13. Knox 5-5-35 to Sylvan 3-3-21. The Basin 2-3-15 to Upper Ferntree Gully 1-6. White Horse 4-3-27 to Coldstream 2-12. And in Division 4, Bulleen Templestowe 2-8-20 to Kilsyth 6 behinds. Croydon North Mlock 4-4-28 to Doncaster 2-5-17, and Churnside Park 5-2-32 to Warrandyte 1-1-7.
Thanks there, Paul. We'll get some more updates at half-time. I believe we're going to get an interview with Blake Tennant in just a moment. Very interesting first quarter. Park Orchard's quite dominant, but just the 3 goals kicked, so they probably left a couple on the table there, which means we've got a 24-point margin at the moment, as Blake Tennant, I believe, is with Matt Price. Blake, have we got you
just
down at
give
ground
us a couple
level?
Minutes, Price. He's talking to his boys, so just 1 sec. All good.
There we go,
Pricey,
we've got him down at ground level.
Pricey, so start into the game, you're really happy with Park Orchard's pressure, but what was the key messages from your end with North Ringwood?
Oh, look, their pressure was really good. We couldn't sustain it. They pressed really hard. They condensed the ground, put a lot of pressure on us, and then got repeat entries. So we've got to be able to go at them a little bit better, a bit more spread, change lanes a little bit more, and try and go at them a bit harder. But in saying that, their pressure's good, and they keep turning it over and getting opportunities. So, we'll try and address that this quarter.
Is the skill area something that you want to change and get back into your hands, sort of thing?
Yeah, well, skill errors are part of the game, and that's one thing you don't want. We stand here on the sidelines and you want everyone to hit a target. But, under the pressure, we've been found wanting so far, so we've got to improve our skill level.
No worries. Thanks, Pricey.
Thanks there to Blake Tennant with Matt Price. Emily, we'll throw it to you first. Obviously, knowing this North Ringwood side so well, was that what you expected out of Pricey at quarter time?
Well, we did have a discussion off air, and I said very similar things. This is what Pricey would be saying. So no surprises there whatsoever. He's a gun coach, so I have no doubt that there'll be some sort of adaptation in the second quarter.
Great minds think alike, you'd have to say. What are they got to do, Emily and David, to get back in this game in this second term? What's the key things here that they've got to focus on?
I don't think they can allow Park Orchard to run off the half-back the way they have. I see they've changed. Mackenzie's gone into the middle there for North Ringwood.
So big chance here in this second term to turn things around as we're back at Quambee Reserve. Mackenzie, there he is in the middle of the ground, got hands to the football, comes back out to Blakey here for the Sharks. Batiri running onto this first. Had a fair bit of the ball in the first term. Bit of a short bouncing kick forward as that is out of bounds, and we'll get a boundary throw in on the broadcast side out here at Quambee Reserve. Beautiful conditions from Saturday afternoon football.
Great crowd in as well, I must admit.
Yeah, certainly some great representation from both clubs today. Flying over the top there was Amir. Didn't work out for him as the Saints progress forward, bouncing right in front of us.
Just a couple of changes as well. So Brody Leach will be coming off the half-back line for North Ringwood. So that's another change that Matt Price has done at quarter time.
Got prime view for this boundary throw-in. Begg to go up against Henry Amir, slightly forward of centre for North Ringwood as Begg won that tap down. Looked to follow up his own work, applied the tackle. Rice nearly extracted it, but umpire called for the ball. Despite him getting it out of the congestion, Rice, who's had a decent start as Amir won that tap down. Mackenzie locked up by Blakey. And another ball up in shoes right in front of us. As both rucks move into position. Begg won that tap down, read it best, and won the clearance too. Doing plenty of work in the midfield is the former Magpie. He fisted that forward to the left half forward flank to Fitzpatrick. The Candy goes inside forward 50 to a deep target. Reading it best there was Livingston, who just chucked it on the boot. He'll fall for his teammate, who picked it up cleanly in the end to Liam Jeffs. Handball wasn't a great one. They've almost willed themselves inside forward 50, have the Sharks, which they just about do, but a run-down tackle from the Saints, and they play on almost immediately. Rice inside forward 50. Livingston with a good grab.
And that's a key difference with getting the ball as a shallow entry versus a deep entry. It's the first real deep entry that North Ringwood have had. And for Park Orchard to try and get that ball and transition back out was really difficult. That's why North were able to get the ball back into their forward line.
And the Saints will have an opportunity to kick their first goal through Ben Livingston, still young into his senior career. Drifts to the left and just a minor score. So North Ringwood 2 behinds to Park Orchard 37-25 at the 2.5 minute mark.
There we go, a 23-point lead for the Sharks as they're going to clear it out into the far side. Blakey was all by himself. Now towards Keppel. just over the top of his head. Shepherd will run onto this first for the Saints. His kick was smothered. He ends up with the footy back again to Loco. And they move this through Vag and Sin and across the line. It goes. Bit of attention there on Blakey as get a boundary throw in.
Paris Harvey nearly got a touch there.
So the ball brought back into play. Begg, who's been dominant in the ruck, went up by himself, got it to McKenzie. Great tap work as the Saints, bit of an opportunity if they can get off to Livingston, who's by himself. He is off a couple of steps, puts it towards goal and misses to the left. So the Saints doing the scoring early, but just minor scores. 3 behinds to Park Orchard, 3-7-25 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 3.5 minutes gone.
On top in this contest are the Saints in terms of momentum. They're behind on the scoreboard. As the kicking goes short, wasn't the greatest one, still found Magnano. Handballed it immediately to Spiteri, who gets it back after handballing it to himself. Mark taken and a strong one there by Jay Whitnish. Will go long inside forward 50. Loco in good position against Kane Keppel. It'll fall well short of then. Keppel did well to keep it in play. He won't now. And Ryan deep in Park Orchard's attacking 50.
They have to stop Spiteri with this run. He's now getting far too many good possessions running through the middle out wide. Someone's got to at least be accountable for him at some stage.
Such a key part of this Park Orchard side as the Saints look to once again escape the congestion. They won't. And we'll have another ball up inside Park Orchard's attacking 50.
Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and Facebook and YouTube. Keppel wins the tap out this time. High kick. Underneath this one, taking the mark is Patrick Dunn for North Ringwood. Looks to bring it in front of Hanson. Can't quite hit him on the chest, but does well to control this football. Handballed it over the top to McKenzie. Decides not to give it back. Now goes backwards. They make the most out of it. Big tackle here on Leach. Wrapped up. And we'll get a stoppage outside the Sharks forward 50. So it'll be Begg once again against Amir. Another tap down for him, McKenzie. Bit of the football in this quarter. Rice over the top, and now they link up. Going forward to the Saints. This one working its way towards Hanson. Keeps it alive, keeps it in. Sharks have got some numbers. Spinning around with the ball there was Morton. Not the best kick, and it's turned over. The Saints, can they get him on the transition now? Ball by himself was Fitzpatrick. Takes his time before playing on and kick smothered before it went inside 50. And Sharks with all the numbers to get out of this one through Webb. Back towards the far side. Spiteri again, short chip. And they've worked themselves out with Hickey in hands of the football.
Right in front of the North Ringwood coach's box. Between wing and half forward for the Saints. The kick goes inboard, was a dangerous one. Webb still took a good grab. Goes with a lateral kick, and it's a threatening one for Blakey. The ball came in from the North Ringwood man. Umpire circling, but will just call for the footy, despite calls for holding the ball from Ollie McKenzie. And another ball up will take place. Right where we started out here at Quambee Reserve as Begg won that tap down. Again, just tapped it to himself and got it to Dunn. Dunn to McKenzie, took a bounce, goes inside forward 50 where 3 Park Orchard players are, and Josh McAuliffe clunked the intercept mark, plays on immediately, but he turned it over. Rice can set sail for home and kick the Saints first. They're on to 1-2-8. Park Orchards 3-7-25 at the 7-minute mark of this second quarter.
Well, this is basically a turnover game.
Yeah.
You know, I think in that last passage of play, I counted 7 different turnovers in the game with missed handballs, missed kicks, and whether it's pressure or not, you know, you cannot afford to turn the football over where that defensive play come out then, because once you do, you give a good player an opportunity to kick an easy goal.
Yeah, North Ringwood in this quarter have had the control of the inside 50s. They lead that 6-2.
So finally their first on the board. An important one for the Saints. Kieran Rice, who was influential last week, gets there first on the board. Back in the middle they go again. And Mackenzie inside 50. Just getting in time to spoil that one from behind. Big tackle by Braunthal. He may have given away the free kick in the process.
You don't mind that. You don't mind that because he was aggressive at the contest, which was good.
What you want to see is Morton for the Sharks. Works his way out of trouble, finds Batiri. Been very, very lively in this opening half as Batiri has the short option, and they just maintained possession of the football through Jeffs. Now looks to switch it towards the other side. He had Webb by himself, who works this down the line. And they'll move this forward with a bit more pace. Heron off to Prunty. Inside 50 turnover. Can now the Saints get him on transition? Mackenzie in the middle. Been building strongly in this quarter. Go off to Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick bouncing ball. Worked out for Livingston. Handball over the top. Running onto this one, Hansen. Picked it up off the right boot towards goal. Braunthal takes the mark. Plays on. Goal. Saints get 2 in a row. They move to 2-3, 15 to 3-7, 25. And a bit of push and shove in the goal square. But much better from the Saints, Emily. They've looked a bit more switched on this quarter.
Yeah, I think that's just the composure, that composure piece that we spoke about in the first quarter. They're not getting sucked into the contest, so they're playing that outside ball really well from a contest perspective, but also structurally, which is making it so much harder for Park Orchards to transition the ball, and they're having to switch all the way across the other side of the ground to try and get the ball into their forward line.
Paul Yukone, Stats Centre.
Yeah, North Ringwood are leading the clearances this quarter 5-2.
And I reckon a key part of that has been the move of Mackenzie into midfield. I've liked what he's done in that area, the young gun.
Just a bit of physicality.
Yeah, I think that's because you look at some of the others in there as well, and there's some physicality. Is right on cue. Rice will get a holding the man free kick, but not quite as much grunt as Mackenzie, I feel. He's also had some decent disposal, unlike that one from Rice, who turned it over. Begg with the pressure. The kick will go inside 50 from Hansen. Livingston was there. On the ground, picking up cleanly was Mooney. Too quick the handball for Ryan Fitzpatrick, who applies the pressure, and the Sharks will be able to clear their defensive 50. Will it be for long? It won't be, because Jack Whelan has possession of the footy. Chipped it over the top to Dunn, who has it right in front of his interchange box. Chipped it also over the top to Luke Sin. Right half forward flank, he has it about 50 metres out from his goals. A nice starting inboard kick to Luke Patterson.
Now, I think it seems to be, this is a difficult kick. He'll probably slot it straight through the middle, but most players from this area have really struggled and pushed it to the left goal post nearly every time, or point post nearly every time. Kick from here. Still
has a bit of experience out here at Quambee Reserve. It'll be fascinating to see if that experience pays off for the captain today in Luke Patterson. 45-degree angle outside the arc as he comes in now. Left the boot well, falls short. Davidson, the meat in the sandwich, forced it to ground. Park Orchards will be able to escape. Magnano to Heron. Heron with a short chipping ball finds the waiting hands of Price Inglis.
It's Price Inglis at the half-back line.
Fun fact about that forward 50, that is 42.3 metres.
42.3, the exact measurement out here at Quambee.
That is a thank you to Rye Cantwell for that one.
There you go.
He counted them out.
Who's not out there today. Thanks, Rise. The mark in the middle of the ground.
I was going to say, does he count it?
Does he paid?
Does he count it because he kicks it that long or further than that?
No, he had the clicker. I was going to say he doesn't count that high, but...
So Dunn inside 50 here for the Saints. They've had a lot of the football in their forward half of the ground in this quarter. Dodging past traffic there, McAuliffe clearing kick onto the far side. Keble got hands to it at ground level, doing well there was Waller. Handball forward, Loco, kick was smothered. Ball ends their hands of the Sharks as they look to just get themselves out of a bit of trouble here. The pressure has certainly increased from a North Ringwood point of view as they were able to turn this over once again. Here's Whelan. He wheels forward and turns over the kick.
Switches on here if he can get the ball out quick enough.
It's a bit slow to get off the mark there and now looks for the short option. 12 and a half minutes gone second term. The margin's 10 points. There's Prosenak in the middle of the ground, goes forward, and giving away a bad free kick there was Whitnish. And Patrick Dunn.
One of the biggest changes that North needed to make were just getting more defensive forwards in, and Jackson Braunthal has been following up his player, and that's really cut off those options for Park Orchards, and they're really struggling with the ball.
As Rice picked up the ground ball after missing the mark, goes down the line. Fitzpatrick's around this, courageous, and it'll force North Ringwood inside forward 50. Took clean possession, tried to take on too much. Umpire calls play on. McCall have got their handball out, and the Sharks should have the numbers, although Magnano spilt it. Whelan pounces, slaps it sideways to Mooney. Goes to the top of the goal square where there's plenty of numbers. And a strong grab taken by the Saints. It might be young Bo Garrett. No, in fact, it's Luke Sin.
Luke Sin.
I was going to say, it doesn't stand out, but it isn't the tallest Sin, but still took a courageous grab as we quickly go to Paul Yukone.
Yeah, 4 forward 50 marks to North Ringwood in this quarter to none for Park Orchards.
Well, you can see that North Ringwood's pressure at the contest has improved dramatically, putting Park Orchards under pressure, and they're making a few mistakes now.
A Sin directly in front. He misses. Thank God I didn't say anything.
Luke Sin, mad and disappointed from you.
So we do have a difference in the scoreboard. I think ours is right, but maybe not. We'll go with what's on the scoreboard here at Quambee Reserve. 2-3-15 to 3-7-25. Park Orchards' 10-point lead is on the far side here. They look to make this kick down the line. Fell through the hands of Keppel. Jack Whelan involved a bit more in this quarter. Svitiri again got the handball off to Prosenak. Prosenak inside 50. Down, he's at the back if he can get there. Makes a contest. It's a 2-on-1. Doing very well there for the Saints as the ball goes back forward again. Mark dropped by Downey. And they clear this one out. Not quite. It's going to come straight back through Prosenak. And Heron takes the mark. And some mistakes on both sides.
Their coach kills those ones.
Yeah. Ends up with a Park Orchards set shot on goal.
Park Orchards do really well when they move the ball really quickly, and the pressure from North Ringwood hasn't allowed that to happen in the first 15 minutes of this quarter. As you've just seen it there, quick kicks, quick hand passes, get the ball into the forward line, and they're able to run back and convert.
And this is their first real look at it in this quarter. Sam Heron comes in, likes it off the boot. You can hear the crowd behind the goals. They get their first of the second term. They move to 4-7-31 to North Ringwood 2-3-15. Extend that margin back out to 16 points.
I think that's where that really hurts North a little bit, because I think they've controlled the game for a good 11 or 12 minutes. They've really controlled the game. And they put some scoreboard, and then to get it back and get that real easy one from a turnover, they hurt. It just hurts from all the work that you've done. They've got to continue now to make sure they work hard in this midfield area. And I agree, Mackenzie and Rice have had tremendous quarters this quarter.
As we're back in the middle of Quambee Reserve. Big one that tapped down, searching for Whelan, who managed to get a handball out to his teammate off the half-back flank, who turned it over. Inside forward 50, the Sharks go. The drop mark from Loco on the ground were the Sharks. It's in the Downey direction, kept it in play. Might be rushed through here. It is. Lachlan O'Donnell. And I'll move Park Orchards to 4-8-32. North Ringwood just 2-3-15 as they look to play on almost immediately. The spoil came in, so Park Orchards will look to take advantage. Withoff hasn't seen too much of it. Handballed it away, and it's to the hot spot. Downey! And this could really hurt North Ringwood, because as you mentioned, Davo, they'd started the quarter off well and had all the momentum, but Park Orchards have just snatched it right back. And there's
again another poor turnover. I mean that was a kick. That was a kick to no one as a kick out, and it only went 30 metres. So you've either got to hit the target or put it outside that area, because Park Orchards just put too much pressure on.
Downey directly in front, looking for his second goal of the afternoon, and he does. So it's 22 points, I should say, the difference. 5-7-37 Park Orchards. North Ringwood 2-3-15 at the 17.5 minute mark of the second quarter.
So after some real positive signs to the Saints, The Sharks have gone bang bang and put this margin back out to a 23-point lead.
Well, North Ringwood's strength is their clearance work, right? So
Yeah.
if they just get a clearance, ball gets into their forward line, the story can change completely.
Yeah, absolutely. The signs have certainly been there in this term as we approach the 18th minute mark of this quarter. Tap down there from Amir. Slip through the hands of Shepherd. Now towards the half-forward line for the Sharks. High kick, that's not 15. Jumping over the top was Mooney. Small kick forward through Jeffs, dribbling forward. Now into the hands of Price Inglis, who puts it towards the top of the square. Almost a mark taken. Keppel coming in on the goal line and through just for a minor score. So that moves the Sharks now to 5-9-39. North Ringwood 2-3-15.
Kicking goes to this broadcast side. Shepherd's there, took a chest mark. Despite some pressure from Sam Heron. Dangerous kick inboard, still worked out. Playing on immediately is Mooney. Got it to Waller, who was looking to get this ball back, but Braunthal ignores him. Goes with a much more dangerous kick. The mark wasn't taken by his teammate in Patterson, who still got a slick handball away to Mooney, who straightens up and hits the post. Just drifted back, but not enough, and North Ringwood moved to 2-4-16. Park Orchards 5-9-39 at the 19-minute mark of the second term.
Really enjoying the second and third efforts by Mooney there. Just running, being spare in the middle, and then being able to get a shot on goal.
So right through the corridor they go. There's Hickey. He's kicked towards Blakey. Just overdid it a little bit, but kept it in front of himself. Has an opposition in Leach to beat. Just gets it away in time. Off the left boot was Hickey. And out of bounds on the full.
That was excellent defensive work from North Ringwood there, because they were well out, Park Orchards. They were going to go straight in, so worked really hard, North Ringwood then.
Been able to stop a potential goal. They've kicked the last two, have the Sharks. As the ball brought back into play now. This second term out here at Quambee Reserve. Round two, both sides coming off wins. Dangerous kick, couldn't quite get it to McKenzie. And can the Sharks make him pay? Off the boot towards goal. He's put it through, that's Magnano.
Aiden Begg's been off for the last couple of minutes, probably 5 or so, which is sort of coincided with Park Orchard's nice little run.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens. He's coming on now, so he'll jump back into the ruck. Paddo had a good spell there for a good couple of minutes, but we'll hopefully see some clearance dominance from North Ringwood now.
Yeah, well, he's certainly been on top when he's been on the field, has Aiden Begg, and they'll need him out there for the last 6 or 7 minutes of this quarter. 6-9-45. Park Orchards now leading North Ringwood 2-4-16. 21 minutes gone in this second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Can he take advantage of this matchup against the young ruck and Niels Withoff? He won that tap down. No clearance for the Sharks, for the Saints though. They eventually do get it. As they move inside forward 50 through Mooney, was a decent fist of a kick, but it's cut off by Zach Schaefer at the goal square. Goes to the far side wing, where Lewis Downey took a really strong mark, plays on immediately. Tried the handball to Withoff, but North Ringwood applying some good pressure. The Sharks just aren't able to escape, and umpire will call for it. Bang on centre wing far side of Quambee Reserve. 21.5 minutes gone. It's a 29-point advantage now to Park Orchards in this Eastland match of the round as Begg won that tap down. The clearance for Garrett, who got it out to his teammate. Finds the hands of Leach, who goes with a dangerous kick. No mark taken by his teammate. And he'll go out of bounds for a boundary throw in. Right between the two coaches' boxes. Right near the scoreboard and near our boundary rider, Blake Tennant. Doing a great job today.
He's sending me gifts. Oh. On Messenger.
I was going to say, I wonder what those gifts were. As McKenzie won the clearance, goes to the right half forward flank where Livingston couldn't complete the grab. He's there on the ground, locked up. And 22.25 minutes gone. North Ringwood will look to add another on the scoreboard. No trial, as mentioned, by 29 points. As umpire tosses this ball back up. Begg, the big leap and the tap down. Braunthal running onto it. Couldn't take clean possession. Was under a bit of pressure. North Ringwood should be able to move further forward. They can't. Umpire circling and will eventually call for this ball.
So can North Ringwood get one back here? Love to get a little bit closer going into the half-time break. Margin currently 29 points. Ball up inside 50. Begg able to get this one out of the ruck. Handball back to Rice. Stepped around. His kick was smothered. Magnano out of defence here for the Sharks. Just throws it on the boot. Works out okay. Finds a target. An option here. Prosnak on the left to give the hands off. Instead goes directly inside 50. Was looking for Keppel. Picked up that time by Hickey. Missed an opportunity for the Sharks. 6-10-46 to North Ringwood 2-4-16.
Surely Michael Loco is one of the scariest defenders to go up against.
He's got to be.
Especially with that Viking hat. Speaking of.
There are some kids somewhere that have Viking hats
I saw a lot of them in the crowd. I'm not sure where they've all gone.
I think they're on the North Ringwood attacking 50. Maybe they're inspired by Michael Loco as this kick in goes to William Waller. Far side helix to go to. The big fly from Dunn. Out the back. His teammate will lay hands on it, and Riley White goes to the right half forward flank. Patterson got into good position. Forced at the ground to Fitzpatrick. Locked up and is going to be pinged at the left half back flank for Park Orchards. And it'll be a free kick as they play on immediately. Got options defensively, but it wasn't a great kick. Still, Park Orchards are able to compose themselves, although not for long. Shepherd dropped the mark. Up against Magnano at the left half forward flank for the Saints. Shepherd applying good pressure. Magnano did well. Goes down the line with a smart dabbing kick, which found his teammate, who plays on almost immediately. Also heads down the line where a strong grab is taken. That might be Henry Amir, about 60 metres out from his goal on this broadcast side. Kick was nearly overcooked for Spiteri, who still took the one-handed grab. Looks for options inside forward 50. Ignores them and goes short to Kieran Hickey. Wheels onto his left and immediately going to be cut off by Will Vag.
So Will Vag here for the Saints. The half-back line. Quite a few errors from both sides still in this second term. Rice had his fair share of the football this afternoon. We'll look to switch it back to White. White hits up a target in Hanson. Hanson looking for McKenzie. Good grab in between three Sharks. Played on, had the handball over the top. And just getting it out in time was Mooney. Looked like he was in trouble. McKenzie wrapped up as the half-time siren sounds. An entertaining second quarter. So the Saints start well, but the Sharks responded, and they're going to have a 5-goal lead going into half-time. 6-10-46 to North Ringwood 2-4-16. We're going to go to a half-time break. When we're back, we'll welcome in Davis Harrigan, who's celebrating a milestone today. 550th game behind the lens as we continue for the Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel, so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match around. North Ringwood taking on Park Orchards. Half time here at Quambee Reserve, and it's the Sharks 6-10-46 leading the Saints 2-5-17. So we were right, Lee. We did have a point that the scoreboard didn't have, and they've added it now. So it is a 29.
And I took it off. Hang on.
Yes. They're a bit behind over there on the far side, but it's a 29-point lead to the Sharks. I'm Ryan Long, and joined for the first time this afternoon. Been very busy out there, Davis Harrigan, and it's a big day for you because it's a milestone 550th game behind the lens. And you're at one of your favourite venues to come down to Quambee Reserve for a big afternoon. How are you tracking? I've seen you running around everywhere.
There's a lot of reasons why I come down to this venue. We'll put a few aside. It's flat. I can photograph it. It's easy. The lens will get all the way to the end. But just to put it in perspective, we've had, essentially 3-4 game days of the season.
Yep.
This is my 12th game already, and I'm tracking to potentially beat last year, which was huge, which was 70 games. So I look at it overall and go, I know there are people in these clubs that are here from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and volunteering, and they're part of those games. But in many ways, I don't think people understand the level of work I put into the 3 games that I'm doing per day, so senior men, whatever it might be, then going home. It's 6 hours worth of football, but the editing is double or triple that because of the high yields that I'm getting. Sorry for those who are in the crowd and are hearing the camera go off. I'm literally just trying to make sure I get a good shot of your son or your daughter or your friend or something like that. But I still enjoy it. That's the main thing. It's hard to believe that I started when Ben Waterworth was the media manager here. We're going back
quite
that far
years
now, so I've been through a few, but I'm very happy to have started with this league for over 550 games now. And to do 500 last year was with Blackburn, my home team, and then 550 this year. To have it probably here was kind of, I'd seen the fixture when it dropped. I was like, I'm doing this game regardless, and then it just worked out beautifully. So to be able to do that with 2 teams that I know who appreciate it, I've already got reactions. That for me is probably the most special part. I'm getting a lot of feedback, a lot of enjoyment. People are starting to see it. The vest stands out a bit, which is really good. But no, look, I always wanted to play football. Unfortunately, health didn't let me, so I'm really glad that I fell into the photography side how I did.
Is that part of the reason why you love this so much? And you, I mean, people, you might not, you do this on a voluntary basis, and you come around to the clubs and you do such a great job at getting out to all sorts of different games, and from the women's to the 19s to the reserves to seniors. You're so busy doing all this, and as you said, there's so much with the editing side of things too. But is that the part you love about the most, that you are at the heart of local football?
I consider it a very unique perspective because I've done this before, studied sports journalism. People ask, how do you watch the game? I'm like, I watch it like you do. I just watch it through a lens. So to be able to pick it up and watch those things, watch the plays, see what people are doing, the dynamics of the game, it's all still there for me. When I go to an AFL match, I'm doing the same thing. But honestly, a lot of people don't understand how much local footy is important to the community. You know, in this sort of day and age, probably the post-COVID era, there have been a lot of teams that have been unfortunate to lose numbers, a lot of teams that have gained numbers, but the heart and the spirit, is still there. I love going round to any clubs. Doesn't matter whether it's Premier or Div 4, Div 1 women, Div 5 women. I do try to spread the love because, yes, I've got my teams, but I always try to make sure I get as many teams as I can. Last year I did 59 senior teams across the men's and women's games, which is quite a lot considering just how many teams we actually have overall.
When would have been the last time you saw a local game where you weren't photographing it?
When I wasn't photographing it would probably be... There was a game that we did in my first, maybe sort of early years, and whatnot. I think it was at either Upper Gully or Ferntree Gully, and I was doing some special comments. That is the last one.
That's the last time.
That's the last time I genuinely remember not photographing an EFNL game that I've actually been at.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
What about
or EFNL game day?
Absolutely. One of the things I actually really love about your photography, and I think it's the up close and the emotional, the personal, behind the scenes stuff that
That's why I use these.
You go into the rooms after the games, you get the celebrations, you get the huddle shots, you get such great emotional photos, and particularly when you get to these finals and grand finals, I think you get some of the best photos of the year.
Well, just little credit to North Ringwood because it was a game between North Ringwood and Croydon at Croydon back in 2023 that made me think, hold on, I'm missing something here, and I heard them yell really loudly, so I thought I'd jump in with the camera, jumped in from the outside and then turned it into the inside. It's something different. As much as I love action shot, there's something that says... It's a completely different emotion when you're in the rooms. Yeah, obviously, I sent you that photo of the Park Orchards team early today that you would have seen out on the socials on Eastern FNL. For me, that's actually almost the heart and soul of it. They're excited, they're happy. You're seeing a lot of emotions and expressions on players' faces and change rooms that you don't see out on the ground. Being in the huddle as well, there's a couple of coaches that go like, oh my God, that's a lot. But at the same time, being up close and personal with them, you really see just how much these guys and girls are literally buying in to the clubs, and more importantly, to the culture.
Have you had some favourite photos, individual ones over the time? I think we talked a bit about this last year, about the Bree Carter, the arrow, and you had I think Dersma liking photo.
Bree messaged me after I think you guys did the Ferntree Gully game, and I've told you this already. She said, I did a better one on that day. They didn't capture it, so she's coming after you. But that was obviously, I'd seen it coming. I thought, if she's going to do, because I'd seen something earlier in that game, this was against Mitcham last year, mid-June, and I thought, if she's going to do something, it was probably going to happen, and lo and behold, it was. And I just got an idea from that, and obviously it's went viral. Xavier Dersman saw it as well, which was pretty cool. Well, speaking of that, Marby or Chol saw Rod Ali's big mark last week as well. So to be able to have that, it's not just about the exposure, but for these players to be able to go, they're seeing it. That for me is a connection as well, because grassroots to AFL, there is always a pathway there. You've got this VFL listed players here, so the fact that I can photograph these guys at that level, it's pretty cool to me overall. I love seeing it from behind the lens because I'm in it too. I'm invested. I'm like, hey, where's it going? I have to follow the play all the time. Annoyingly, sometimes I think we should use yellow balls on dark days. That's my only gripe because then I lose track of the red ball with all of those red stripes. But look, the main thing for me is I did AFL Victoria 2012, 2013, then that got restructured, and I came here and I said to Ben, hey, can I have a media pass? And 552 games later, this one, 550 was this morning with the women. I'm still here, and it's hard to let go, really. I do try to make sure that what I'm looking for is the best photos that I can take, but trying to make sure that I get as many players as I can as well. Unfortunately, there's only so much I can do.
You're one person.
In the play, I'm one person. I can't always move around. I'd love to be able to clone and have 1 and 3, but there's only so much I can do.
Yeah, that's right.
And the camera as well. I think I've told you this, Canon in 2024 looked at me like, how many shots have you taken? Not on this one, but on the 7D2. And they're like, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I take a few. I do sports photography. To put in perspective, in 70 games last year, it was over 7,000 taken per game.
Wow.
And that's just how hard I work to try and get the best picture. That one, Will Oglethorpe as well in Anzac Day, because that was just like, I'm going to miss maybe 5 out of 10 shots because I'm not in the right position. But when I get it, and I really, really love it. I think to be able to come down to the clubs, to be able to photograph a game that's fun, because this really is a high level of football. I don't think a lot of people do understand outside of the clubs just how good local football is. To be able to come down, shoot it, be part of it, I feel so involved in the game, even if I'm not necessarily a supporter of that club. I'm coming down for the local football. But for me, the most important thing has always been keep a really good relationship with all the clubs. I honestly think that a lot of relationships got strengthened when the women's comp sort of integrated into the EFNL rather than being the Eastern region. I think that was a really big game changer as well post-COVID.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've had a lot of love from the clubs, and North Ringwood is certainly one of them. Before we let you go, you're 550 today, 552. What are we getting up to by the end of the year? Is there a target? Is there, you see where you get to? Can you get to 600 by then?
I'm not going to reveal too much, but 600 does look like landing at a pretty good spot.
Yep.
But I'm here for the men's finals this year because last year I disappeared after the women's finals. And I think it was off to Europe. It was good because I really did feel like I needed a break. I did 3 months straight without a break. So to be able to come back to it, I think it's going to be 70-plus games this year, but we'll see. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. Before we let you go, just a quick tip on this game. Currently, Park Orchard's leading. Do they hold on, or do North Ringwood come from behind?
I think it could be close, but based on what I've been seeing with Park Orchards being a bit slicker, a bit better with intercepts, I think Park Orchards end up winning by 12 points.
Big congratulations to you, Davis. Looking forward to seeing you out there in the second half.
Thank you.
Park Orchard, 6-10-46. North Ringwood, 2-5-17. We'll be back in a break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprain your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Quambee Reserve, Eastland match of the round. Park Orchard 6-10-46, leading North Ringwood 2-5-17. In a moment, we'll go to Paul with some of the scores around the grounds in today's clashes. Before we get ready for this third quarter. But Paul, even if it's just a few of the key ones, what's happening around the traps today?
Yeah, around the grounds at the moment in Premier, Donny East 7-7-49 to Berwick 4-3-27. South Belgrave 9-8-62 to Noble Park 8-6-54. Rowville 12-7-79 to South Croydon 3-4-22, and Blackburn 7-9-51 to Vermont 4-6-30 in Division 1. in Division 1, Mitcham 11.874 to Bayswater 5.434. Beaconsfield 6.642 to Baronia 5.434. Montrose 4.731 to Murrelbach 4.630. And Wani South 8.553 to Norwood 6.339. In Division 2, Heathmont 10.565 to Croydon 10.262. Templestowe 8.856 to Mulgrave 4.428. Surrey Park 9.1064 to Scoresby 6.541. And Waverley Blues 6.541 to East Burwood 3.624. In Division 3, Donvale 18.11 119 to Oakley District 2.113. Sylvan 10.565 to Knox 7.1153. Upper Ferntree Gully 4.529 to the Basin 3.321. And Whitehorse 4.327 to Coldstream 2 straight 12. And in Div 4, Bulleen Templestowe 6.1147 to Kilsyth 5.636.
So we're back for the third term, second half action out here at Quambee Reserve. Park Orchards leading this game by 29 points. Back in the middle it goes. Blakey with the handball forward. They try and get this one through. Picked off by Rice. Went backwards to Leach. Under a bit of pressure, swung around, caught for holding the ball. No umpire said play on, in fact, as this one comes back out. Tried to get soccer that one off the ground. Did Webb. Heron involved. Handball over the top. As they go forward now, North Ringwood. The mark taken on that far side. A dangerous kick inbound. Rice got hands to it to spoil it, but Sharks with the numbers. Macrocanis now. Handballed over the top. They're going to move this on. It's Jeffs. Whitnish. Smart little tap to Pros in the corner, in the pocket. Did it come off boot?
I think it did. That might just be a boundary throw in.
No, it was just bounced before.
Paul, with those last three scores quickly.
In Division 4, Doncaster 8.856 to Croydon North Emlock 7.951, and Churnside Park 7.951 to Warrandyte 5.333.
So we're in a boundary throw in deep inside Park Orchards forward 50 as Pros takes a bit of time to do up the shoes. As we're back into play. Tap down by Loco. Chasing this one first is Taylor. And a free kick here going the way of the Saints through James Leach.
Left back pocket, he has it. Saints kicking to the right of your radio dial. Sharks to the left in this third term. It's the big fly from behind. A good grab taken there by North Ringwood, right in front of the coach's box, which would make Matt Price pretty pleased as they go down the line, looking for Taylor Davidson, who applied the bone-crunching tackle, and will have another ball up. Between wing and half forward for North Ringwood. On the far side of Quambee Reserve, they trialled 2.517, Park Orchard 6.10.46 as the sun beams down on Quambee Reserve. Mackenzie was there. The Sharks extracted and get it to the front of the stoppage and into their just about their forward half. They will now. Downey working his way up the ground. Wasn't a clean handball, and North Ringwood compounds. Jackson Braunthal, the kick off the deck was a good one to Fitzpatrick, who looked lively in the second quarter. Sets up for home. Will it fall short? It does. The mark taken by Park Orchards. Boy, would that have been a great first goal in the red, white and black as the kick flirted with danger. It falls short of its intended target in Prunty. Braunthal pounced, and so did Mackenzie. Heads deep inside forward 50. 2-on-1 McAuliffe. Could have been paid the mark. Nothing said the umpires. Magnano and Heron play on immediately. Look for Prozenak, who couldn't complete the grab. And again, North Ringwood forced the turnover. Begg with the backwards handball. They go inside forward 50 with a darting ball to Livingston. A great sliding mark and a true centre-half forward. Livingston will test his distance, test his leg as well. If he kicks this, it'd be a contender for the goal of the day.
I think this one's a 43 metre, not a 42.3. just for clarification.
Still a fair distance from about 43 metres out. Livingston will kick it directly in front of the big sticks. Got a good connection. And the crucial first goal of this second half goes in favour of North Ringwood. They move to 3-5-23. Park Orchard 6-10-46. He got that in with ease, Emily.
Look, he's an absolute star. We didn't see much of him last year because he was overseas for a good chunk in the middle of the season. So it's good to have Livo back, and that's what he can do really, really well.
Got the Europe bug, did he?
I feel like all the boys here have the Europe bug.
Very popular this time of year. An important one for the Saints to get the first back to a 23-point game. So we're back in the middle again, 4 minutes into this third term. Hayden Begg in the ruck's been pretty dominant when he's been out there. And now the ruck he goes again, gets a handball right on cue to Mackenzie. His kick inside 50 is a high one. Davidson got hands to it. The pressure applied. Been a free kick here awarded. Going the way of North Ringwood, holding free kick. And it will be Davidson who will be certainly in range inside 50 on a slide angle.
So TD said he'd give me $50 if I told everyone how good he is, and here is his opportunity to show everyone how good he is. No pressure, TD, but you will cop it if you do miss it here.
Well, pressure's on. Slide angle. Well and truly in range.
He's happy
no
with
mistake. Emily gets $50, and North Ring will get their fourth. 4-5-29. Park Orchard 6-10-46.
Well, they're getting some real value now out of Begg and what he's been able to do in the middle. Probably the move of the day has been Mackenzie going into the centre after quarter time. He has been really strong in that area. So that's something that Park Orchards are going to have to look at, because if they continue to get the run through that middle, gives them that open space, doesn't allow Park Orchards to flood back.
As we go back up in the middle of Quambee Reserve, and Mir going up in ruck for Park Orchards. It's Begg the tap down, went down the throat of Taylor, who I must admit in his return to Quambee hasn't had too much of an impact, Liam Taylor. I'll say that, and he'll have some sort of an impact as this ball about to be tossed up. Once again in the middle is Begg again, the tap down looking for Mackenzie. The tackle applied by Rice on Liam Jeffs. Now the ball up slightly, very, very slightly forward of centre for North Ringwood. Ball moving by inches. As the Saints trail by 17 points. Thank you for joining us on the Eastland match of the round. As Begg once again took matters into his own hands almost. Will look to follow up, except his teammate in Mooney who extracted it, but it's straight down the throat of Taylor. Handball was deflected. Back to him, who has it at centre half back. Magnano dancing his way out of trouble. The handball to Livingston. Goes to the far side wing. The fly from down. He forced it to ground. Breaking his way through was Singh. Got it to Loco. Loco will get this ball back as he goes inside forward 50. The spoil came in. On the ground is Waller, working his way up forward. Got a quick handball away. Was too hot for his teammate in Leach. Applies the tackle. The Sharks will look to move it immediately, though, through Livingston. Magnano back to Livingston under a bit of pressure. North Ringwood have the numbers and are able to compose themselves and extract it from the stoppage, from the congestion. That'll be taken out of bounds just about. Well, no, it won't. It's Livingston who got the backwards handball to Magnano. Goes down the line where the kick was nearly cut off by the Saints and O'Donnell. They apply the pressure, and it's going to be a holding the ball free kick. So a hot couple of minutes. The Saints will just look to take their time.
Yeah, it looks like a free kick here going the way of North Ringwood too. Advantage play on. What a start to the third term for the Saints. Trying to trap this one was Hansen. The team out over the top to handball it to in Dunn. Dunn getting past his opposition, showed him the ball and then sends it long towards the top of the square. No mark taken. Under a bit of pressure now the Sharks. Picked up cleanly, shot on goal, bouncing ball, minus score. And the Saints on fire at the moment. 6-10-46 Park Orchards, 4-6-30 North Ringwood. Paul, you currently in the stats.
Yeah, North Ringwood's heat's been definitely immense in this quarter. They lead the tackle count 7-1 and they lead the inside 50 count 6-1.
Spiteri takes the kick in. Lateral kick to Magnano on the far side. Goes a short 45 to Jeffs. Jeffs goes the dangerous kick. Nearly went over the top of his teammate, but it's still a North Ringwood turnover. Braunthal applying the tackle alongside Dunn, and it's locked up.
That short kick inside has really hurt Park Orchards recently. They just haven't been able to hit it. Their pressure work is enormous at the moment, North Ringwood.
Davidson going up in ruck now, nearly took it out of ruck. He's almost bare cuddled there by Henry Amir and Liam Taylor, and we'll have a ball up. As Davidson and Amir move into position. Amir the leap, the clearance as well to Prunty, to Spiteri. Spiteri with a quick handball sold his teammate under pressure. And another ball up will take place. The tackle applied there on Kieran Hickey. As Davidson got good position and the tap down the throat of Whelan. Shrugged one tackle, couldn't get a clean handball away, and Hickey will slap it out to Spiteri with that traditional short dabbing kick. Turned it over though. North Ringwood have the outnumber in Patrick Dunn, who's got an option over the top, offering a lead, and it was a really good lead there in William Waller, who looks like he's being moved up forward, the Eastern Ranger. As he tried to sell the candy, decides to go back to Loco. Loco on his ride was smothered, and Park Orchards will look to send it inside forward 50. Webb had no targets though. Now does with a short chipping ball over the top to Keppel. Umpire called play on, despite almost too much pressure from Lachlan O'Donnell. His teammates will be able to clear their defensive lines, and Loco got a handball in the middle.
Yeah, back they go now through the middle of the ground. Jack Whelan turned over. Sam Heron now forward for the Sharks. One-on-one contest. Getting it forward there, Whitnish. Real dangerous spot here for North Ringwood as they look to get out through Vag. Got off to Rice. Rice under a lot of pressure. Run down. That's holding the ball. And well done to the Sharks. And Tyler Prunty caught Rice in a spot he did not want to turn over the footy.
This is the first opportunity that Park Orchards have had to move the ball forward. They're still playing that style of contest where they're bringing players up from their forward and their back line, and they're wanting to spread from it. But that pressure and the ability to not succumb to that kind of structure from North Ringwood has made it really hard for them to break the line.
So, Prunty calling for something there.
There's a bit happening off the ball at the moment, so might have been looking for a free kick or 25 there.
You're lining up 35 metres out, bit of an angle, looking for their first of the quarter. Just a minor score as that moves Park Orchards to 6-11-47. North Ringwood 4-6-30. 11 minutes gone in this third term.
So, forward 50 entry to Park Orchards. Fails to register a major as the kick in was a dangerous one to Dunn. It is spoiled from behind by Price Inglis, and that spoil is out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. Right near again, those some of the supporters with the Viking hats down there in the cricket nets out here at Quambee Reserve, where there usually is a decent contingent of supporters in those cricket nets, whether that be for grand finals or for for matches like this one. As Whelan again in the trenches, got it out to his teammate, who goes with a dabbing ball over the top looking for a Van Uren, and it's Fitzpatrick out the back under immense pressure, and good pressure from Max Morton, who forces a boundary throw in as...
For a guy that's come back from an injury, he's getting heaps of the balls.
He is. It'll be interesting to see how well he uses it in this final quarter and a bit as Begg again in ruck. Ball fell well short of both ruckmen as Prosenak got the handball away. Sin will run onto it. Got a quick handball away after being under some pressure, but turned it over. Jeffs also turns it over. And another turnover there as there's a free kick.
Tripping.
Is it going North Ringwood's way? I think it is to Michael Loco.
Yeah, he was tripped.
Has it at the right half back flank. So plenty happening in this third quarter in front of a decent crowd out here at Quambee Reserve as Loco goes down the line. Kick will be cut off by Tyler Prunty. At centre wing broadcast side, right in front of us. He doesn't have too many options to go to other than a couple of shorts or down the line. In fact, he goes inside forward 50. Keppel was there, flew, didn't fall near the mark. On the ground is Downey, tried to spin his way out of trouble. North Ringwood applying some good pressure. And it's at the top of the goal square where this stoppage will take place. So a good opportunity here for the Sharks. Will they be able to impact the scoreboard in a major way? As North Ringwood win the tap down and the clearance. It'll be cut off by Schaefer, who could set self a home. Broke one tackle, went with a dabbing ball searching for Downey. It'll land in his hands, not in the ideal position though, goes backwards to his teammate who has it right in front of the interchange bench of North Ringwood. In Max Morden. Morden goes long inside forward 50. Loco in decent position. It falls out the back for the Saints, who'll look to work this ball out through hands.
So here's Loco now. Got the handball from Rice. It's all Sharks numbers behind the play here, but it was a free kick for North Ringwood. Right in front of the scoreboard. So ball coming back to Shepherd.
Pushed after he kicked, I think.
So Shepherd finds a target. A nervy time. It was hard kick there for Sin. And it's a turnover. And Pros goes inside 50. Saints with some numbers. Braunthal now has a bit of time. Takes a bounce. Can take a second. He will. Can take a third if he likes. So it's a short option. It's not 15. It's called to play on. Didn't mark it anyways. Done. Goes inbound. Finds a target. And Luke Sin has Begg in the middle. He takes the mark and just holds it up for the moment before switching it towards the far side. Mackenzie's by himself. Got to like the way he's played after quarter time. Down the line they go. And they're going to send this one inside 50. Sport from behind. Ball falls into the hands there. McCall have got the handball off to Spiteri. And they're out now, the Sharks. They go back. The handball towards us on the broadcast side. And a big chance here for Webb. Chooses to hold it up before passing it over the top in Spiteri, who's done a lot of work to get to that ball. Tried to find Macricanis, hit the ground first. And we'll get a ball up just outside forward 50 Park Orchards.
15 and a half minutes gone third quarter. They lead the Sharks by 17 points. They've had some of the territory in this game as Keppel won that tap down. Was close to against Begg. Loco locked up.
They've got one deep in the forward line here, and everyone else has moved up to the contest. So you've got a couple of boys out the back who are clearly going to be, if they win stoppage, they'll be used out and then run the ball down.
As Begg won that down to Mackenzie. Kick was deflected, so Spiteri will take advantage and go with a darting ball brilliantly to Lewis Downey. And Emily Mackay read that like a book.
They've been doing it all day, just very congested. Stoppage brings everyone in, so it sucks everybody up, especially with the young North Ringwood side. They can get a little bit lost, aren't manning up properly, and very easy to transition the ball into the forward line with all the space that they have there.
I tell you, I'd love to see Spiteri's stats at the moment. I reckon if he's had 25 possessions, he's hit 24 targets.
Can't wait.
He's been enormous.
Can't wait to see Premier data after this contest. There's Downey from directly in front. Misses to the right. 3 straight kicks in at 6-12-48 Park Orchards to North Ringwood. 4-6-30 at the 16.5-minute mark of the third quarter.
He's been massive, Spiteri. As the Saints in their defensive half of the ground. Been the better of the two sides in this third term. Pressure has been elite from North Ringwood as they look to escape their back half. Oof. A great mark. Well done, Jaden Van Unen. He looks to play on straight away. They'll take the game through the corridor. Braunthal's amongst 3 Sharks. Got a fist to it, did enough. He's going to receive the handball. But on Mackenzie, wrapped up in the tackle by Schaefer. We'll get a ball up. 17 minutes gone third term. Just 18 points of difference. Margin did extend to the 5-goal mark at half time here. The Saints have kicked 2 on this quarter. Mackenzie read it well from Begg. And now they're inside their forward half.
They've worked really well together, those two.
Yeah.
Mackenzie and Begg.
Just got to love the way he's responded. Young kid was under pressure in that first quarter down back, moved into the midfield and has been solid as the Sharks looking to clear it out their back half. Webb's the target. Bouncing ball kept it in front of him. Did very well, did Liam Webb. He's kicked forward. Was looking for Keppel. Picks it up cleanly. Spins around on the right. And on the right boot, forward it goes, but Saints all the numbers behind play, and they take the intercept mark.
Riley White, lateral to Will Vag at the right half-back flat. Lachlan O'Donnell, I should say. Will Vag's right in front of us.
Locke's the quiet defender that probably doesn't get too much love, but he's done very well with his punches in the back line. He's got very nice skills as well.
As they look to initiate this switch, do the Saints. go to centre half back in the hands of O'Donnell. Just starting to rack up the disposals the last couple of minutes as his kick wasn't the greatest. Still found his teammate who again goes backwards to O'Donnell. So just taking some time off the clock, slowing things down the Saints. Trail by 18 points, 4-6-30 to Park Orchard's 6-12-48. As we near 19 minutes gone in this third quarter as the spoil came in and taken out of bounds for a boundary throw-in right in front of the Jamie Redfern scoreboard out here at Quambee Reserve. Ball will be tossed back into play as Begg moves him to position to go up against Henry Amir. In this ruck contest, Begg again took it out of ruck, goes to the left half forward flank in the Rice direction, took the strong grab despite being under pressure. Kick was a driller inside forward 50. It might spill out the back for Taylor Davidson. Can't keep it in play. In fact, he does, alongside his Park Orchards opponent. And we're going to have a boundary throw in right forward pocket for North Ringwood.
Lucky not to give the free kick away then, Park Orchards.
Yeah, it looked almost like they could, but they get away with it. As the ball brought back into play, Amir with a tap down this time. The kick there was smothered from Hanson, and over the line it goes again. Approaching the 20-minute mark of this third term. North Ringwood with the only 2 goals of this quarter, working their way back into the game to an even 18 points. Back into play again, it was Amir. Van Unen got the handball back. Fitzpatrick, was it touched? They don't think so. Umpire
Celebrate it convincingly enough. And
just going to go through this. Oh, it's going to be a goal. You can look at the reaction on Spiteri. And what a finish from Fitzpatrick. The Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. And the Saints edge a little bit closer. 5-6-36 to Park Orchard 6-12-48.
Just missed.
That's the value of Fitzpatrick when he played at Vermont. That's where he was really good at Vermont. His ability to play as that small forward who could kick that good goal. So they've earned this the comeback. They've worked really, really hard this quarter on their ability to shut down the run, and also their pressure on the contest has been enormous.
First goal in the red, white and black after 33 goals with Vermont as Begg won that out of ruck and locked up immediately by Amir, who is starting to become aware of what Begg is trying to do at times.
Begg's also smart enough that he'll change it up as well.
I was going to say, he's got many tricks. Zayden Begg has been stellar since coming back to North Ringwood.
He'll probably go over the top now. Oh no, he's going to take it again.
He does, and won that clearance. Inside 50, Van Unen was there, as was Kieran Rice. It might spill to Van Unen, drifts to the right.
That's a handy point, that one.
21 and a half minutes gone in the third quarter. 5-7-37 North Ringwood to Park Orchard, 6-12-48.
Again, Begg just dominant, probably by far been their best player in the opening 3 quarters. As the Sharks under a bit of pressure here. It's back to 11 points. As Bryce Inglis sends this one out of defence. Picked up cleanly here for the Saints, but umpire says that went out of bounds, so we get a boundary throw on far side. 22 minutes gone. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Round 2 of Division 1 Senior Men's. Begg out of the ruck again. Couldn't quite control it this time. Big tackle applied on that far side, and Braunthal didn't love it. We'll get another ball up. So 11 points, the lead. As we said, once out to 30 points on the eve of half-time. They've been able to will themselves back in the game. They've had a really strong quarter of North Ringwood. Big tackle again, ball going nowhere.
So nearly 23 minutes have ticked over. The first 2 quarters have gone for about 25, 26 minutes, so it'll certainly be interesting to see how long this quarter lasts. North Ringwood have kicked about 3 goals this quarter. Park Orchard's yet to impact the scoreboard. There's yet another stoppage, Woolen Shoe on the far side wing. Begg won that down, straight down the throat of Ollie McKenzie. who has probably been North Ringwood's second best player through midfield, alongside Aiden Begg, who has by far stood out, the ex-Collingwood big man.
He's just added that physical presence that was needed in the contest in the middle.
It's almost on cue. He nearly took it away from the Park Orchards player. It's Whelan at the front of the stoppage. Got a kick inside forward 50. It'll be read well by Josh McAuliffe with that raking left boot of his. Goes to the broadcast side where Downey bounce doesn't favour him. Loco bounce in favour him as well. Applies the tackle alongside Luke Sin there on Thomas Rees. And we'll have a ball up.
Big last couple of minutes here for both sides. A goal either way will be telling. 11-point lead here for the Sharks. Begg with the tap down. No clearance yet. McKenzie involved once again. Begg. Oh, in fact, it was Whelan with the big tackle there that has held things up. 5-7-37 plays 6-12-48. Begg goes up by himself and gets a quick kick inside 50. The siren just beats Mooney. And that will be three-quarter time out here at Quambee Reserve. It's Park Orchards still leading, but it's been cut back to 11 points. 6-12-48 to North Ringwood, 5-7-37. A big final quarter to come. We'll hear from Paris Harvey at the break, and we'll get into this last quarter. A big finish here out at Quambee Reserve in Division 1. Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel, so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back. Eastland match of the round. Quambee Reserve, North Ringwood, Park Orchards. 11 points in it here at three-quarter time. Before we get into a bit of analysing this game. With Paul, we'll give you the chance to go through just the Premier and Div 1 scores, just to see what's going on around the grounds there. So what have we got in Premier Division at three-quarter time here?
Yeah, in Premier, Donny East 11-8-74 to Berwick 6-3-39. South Belgrave 13-11-89 to Noble Park 9-9-63. Rowville 13-7-85 to South Croydon 4-10-34, and Blackburn 11-11-77 to Vermont 8-8-56, and in Div 1 Mitcham 12-9-81 to Bayswater 5-4-34. Beaconsfield 10-6-66 to Baronia 7-5-47. Murrelbach 7-9-51 to Montrose 5-15-45.
Blake, did you hear that one? I just want to make sure.
He's turned his mic off, I reckon.
Wanney South 12-8-80 to Norwood 9-5-59.
There you go. So some interesting results across the divisions. Emily and Davo, I'll throw this to you guys. Big third term for North Ringwood. They hit the scoreboard a few times, got the margin back to 11 points, and their pressure and intensity has been much better in the third term.
I thought two things. Obviously, their midfield, they got on top with Begg and McKenzie. Pressure around the contest was excellent, and they got much better with the football between the arcs. They used it much better, and Park Orchards looked a little bit off right through that quarter, and that's through the North Ringwood pressure.
Absolutely, and we do have Paris Harvey down with Blake Tennant at the moment. Blake, take us underway.
Okay, good. Got Paris here. Paris started the house on fire at the start, and then after that, North Ringwood really controlled that third quarter. You're talking about the contest and the pressure. Is that what you were talking about in that third quarter address?
Yeah, they beat us in the contest. Clearly they did, and then obviously they scored on the back of that. So we just got to tighten up our contest work and see how we go. It's good to be first to the ball. We were a bit second to the ball, and the umpires played a fair few free kicks their way because we were second to the ball.
And what any key changes, any movements around this last quarter to get the 4 points for your side today?
Oh no, we just got to show confidence in our players and back them in to get the job done. You know, like it's a great battle. It's always a great battle against North Ringwood. So if we get the contest work right, we can work off that. But if we're getting the contest work not right and we're getting beaten the way we got beaten that third quarter, it doesn't matter what we do when we've got the ball in hand.
No worries. Enjoy that last quarter.
Thanks to Blake Tennant with Paris Harvey, and Josh,
I've just seen a score from Surrey Park.
I didn't think that's what you were going towards.
No, but this game is certainly an interesting contest, Emily and Dave.
Next game, please.
Anyway, but it's wide open, this game, isn't it, I reckon? It's 11 points in favour of Park Orchards, but we were saying off there, they've dropped off. The young North Ringwood players are getting right in their face.
Well, North are owning the outside contest, which means if Park Orchards are able to get the ball, they're getting tackled, and that's why we're having so many repeat stoppages. So if they can keep doing that, so own the inside in the sense of first two, but then own the outside of that hand pass receive, if they continue doing that, which I know they're actually quite good at that when they want to be, it will be a very close game.
I have the crowd behind them as well, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. Great crowd in here today. Quambee Reserve, big Division 1 clash, round 2. North Ringwood yet to beat Park Orchards in a senior men's match, so they're 11 points down and within striking range. First 5 minutes will be crucial for both sides in this one, as we're almost set to go for this big final quarter of football from Quambee Reserve. Can the Saints come from behind and pull off a victory? Begging the ruck, this time going against Widoff. There he is again. It's Rice inside 50, bouncing ball. Out the back, it's the Sharks who can clear this one. It's a 1-on-2. Herron did very well in front position to take the mark. Ready to play on straight away. He moves this down towards us, broadcast wing. The mark was dropped, and across the line it goes right in front of us in the media van today. 6-12-48 to 5-7-37 if you've just joined us. The Sharks leading out here at Quambee Reserve over the Saints. Boundary throw in. Begg in front position. Tap down. Braunthal. Did he cop one high? He believes so. And looks like the non-officiating umpire was the one who's called this decision. So coming back here to Jackson Braunthal. He plays on straight away. Got the handball off to Mackenzie. High kick. Plenty of Sharks numbers underneath this one. And Liam Webb takes the mark on the chest.
Right half back flank for Park Orchards. Goes to the left half back flank where Magnano is all by himself. Goes further up the ground where the mark's taken all by himself in Kieran Hickey. Under pressure. Still got a handball away to McAuliffe. Inside forward 50 with a good kick in the end. Found its intending target. Was thinking about a short option, Alex Macricanis in Jacob Price Inglis, but from a tight angle, about 40 metres out, we'll say he goes for this set shot. And if he kicks this is a crucial goal for Park Orchards because they'll extend their margin back out to 17.
Yeah, I think a little bit of inexperience with the taking of the handball here, and then they just switched off defensively to allow that outside switch down the line.
Knows how to find the goals. Kicked one last week in Park Orchard's victory over Norwood. Sets sail beautifully. That's a great kick from Alex Macricanis, who kicks his first of this Eastland match of the round. And the Sharks are once again out by 17 points. 7-12-54. North Ringwood 5-7-37. 2 minutes gone, final quarter.
It hurts, but it's not like they've gone to an 8-goal lead. So, and North Ringwood know they can fight back, and they know that they can, with pressure, they can get the ball forward, and they did in the third quarter. They've just got to go back, reset, and that's what they look like they're doing in the middle. They're talking it out, which is great, and let's see what happens with this first contest.
So Macricanis with his first of the afternoon, a much-needed one for the Sharks. Didn't kick a goal in that third term, so they get their 7th. And back out to 17 points. Begg with the tap down. Braunthals kick forward. One-on-one, Mooney's there. Sabatieri got a hand to it. Falls into the hands of now Shepherd towards the top of the square. Mark not quite taken by Van Noonan. Under a bit of pressure, Schaefer had one goal, and that was to get it across the line for a rush behind. And that moves North Ringwood to 5-8-38. Park Orchard 7-12-54 as the Sharks get ready to take the kick in.
I don't think he thought he had as much time as he did, Shepherd.
No, as this ball comes back out to Whitnish. Whitnish goes back to McNarno.
He's been good too.
Certainly has had a bit of the football today as he switches across goal. And Webb. As they work this down, they've done it nicely. And they've given away a free kick in the process though. So North Ringwood now through Rice. Dangerous as always. He's just outside the arc. He'll put it towards the top of the square again. We'll see who flies to this one. And it's Livingston, unmarked, comes in to take the mark. And directly in front of goal, 20 metres out.
The kicker needs a real tap on the back there because he didn't blaze into the wrong area. He actually put it.
And Livingston
right
puts it through. Yeah, absolutely. So that could be goal number 3, we think, for Livingston. And that moves the Saints back to 10 points, 6-8-44 to 7-12-54.
You like having the ball in Kieran Rice's hand, don't you?
I was going to say, he delivers the ball really well inside forward 50. And you just look at the centre stoppage work as well of Aiden Begg. He's literally tapped it wherever his teammates wanted. And they've gone into attack of North Ringwood immediately. Can he do something similar here? He's had a great game in ruck. As Aiden Begg going up against Withoff. He won that tap down to Rice. Got a handball away. Begg just went off the deck. Inside forward 50. Livingston picked it up cleanly. Got it to Dunn. Dunn had Fitzpatrick who breaks it away. Goes deeper inside forward 50. Davidson was there. The ball came in from the 2 Park Orchards men. Hanson out the back. Ducks and weaves out of trouble! What a finish! Mitch Hanson with the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. And it's back to 5 points, the margin out here at Quambee Reserve. Or 4 points, I should say. 7-8-50 to Park Orchard, 7-12-54.
Oh, we're in a bit of trouble here. Beggsy's cramping up.
He was during the third quarter a bit as well, but I tell you what, his dominance in the middle, he got that clearance himself then, and the follow-up, the pressure, and then I really liked the little kick. He didn't bomb it into the middle, put it up to a nice area.
Back to 4 points, Paul.
Yeah, North Ringwood have really dominated the forward territory to start this last quarter. 4-1 inside 50s for North Ringwood and 3 to zip in clearances for North Ringwood.
7-8 to 7-12. 4 point lead here for the Sharks. 2 quick goals for North Ringwood. So back in the middle again. We'll get another ball up. Begg with the tap down again. Been absolutely huge. Here's Braunthal. He's kicked forward, came off hands. Dangerous one. Pressure really on Park Orchards now. The handball back to McKenzie. Off the right boot, finds a target all by himself. And it is all North Ringwood at the moment. And this to put the Saints in front. It's in the hands of Jackson Mooney.
They haven't been in front this afternoon, North Ringwood.
No, they haven't. So a potential lead change for the first time today.
He's been good the last 3 quarters too, this young boy.
Yeah. He's been good, Mooney. And this would be big for North Ringwood. Kick on its way. It's going to fall short. Can they get a mark? Not quite. Off. Plenty of hands. Socket off the ground by Webb. Right through for a rush behind.
Moons is one of the Eastern Rangers players from a couple of years back as well, who's injured towards the back end of last year. So it's good to see him getting a fair bit of the ball in this game.
And very lively through midfield and in attack. 3 points separate the Saints and the Sharks. 51 plays 54 as the kick goes to this broadcast side. Keppel spilt it under pressure from Begg. Still got to kick away to Livingston down the line. And it could be out on the full. It's going to be a boundary throw in. Boundary umpire didn't have the greatest view of that. We did. It looked out of bounds on the full from here. That'll be a boundary throw in. Begg to go up in ruck once again. He won that tap down against Livingston.
I cannot believe that Park Orchards are setting up around the contest with loose players and not picking up the North Ringwood. No, Begg's just dominating. He's just nominating where he wants to go, and they're not matching up on them.
So he'll go up against Livingston once again. He will take it out of ruck, send a high up and under ball. Mooney's there, good body work, forced it to ground. Fitzpatrick locked up. Is he going to be pinged? No, he won't.
Great work, though. How great was that pick up on the run then from Fitzpatrick? He's been really good after half-time.
Like this game, the ex-Vermont man, as the tap down one by Davidson down to Magnano, who went to Josh McAuliffe. Kick, flirted with danger. Prosenak happy to see that over. Right in front of us, we're going to have a great view of this stoppage, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 points the margin, but North Ringwood side on top at the moment. Kick the last 3 goals of the game. Get a boundary throw on right in front of us. Begg once again pushed aside his opposition. Forward the kick from Whelan. Bouncing ball. Mooney could run onto this. Got Webb to compete with. His kick was smothered. Webb soccering off the ground. Didn't want to pick it up towards the boundary side. It's McAuliffe chasing this one. Across the line it goes.
Just looking around the ground, North Ringwood have got, they're just up at the moment.
Yeah.
And Park Orchards just look like a little bit flat. A little bit flat-footed.
You can feel it, can't you?
Yep.
The momentum has certainly changed as this ball brought back into play. Clearing kick for the Sharks through Livingston, bounces out of bounds.
I find it so fascinating that they're still putting 2 blokes out the back, even though they're not winning any contest whatsoever. Yep. It allows for a run if they get the ball, but them getting the ball in first place is the issue.
And Begg, once again, uncontested in the ruck, but he's kicked this time out of bounds on the full.
So Magnano will take this kick in. Left back pocket for Park Orchards. So look to just take some time off the clock. They still lead, but all the momentum is with the home side at the moment. 7-9-51 plays 7-12-54 as he goes to the far side. Begg in good position, couldn't complete the grab. Prosenak, forward of the congestion, goes inside forward 50. The fly from Macricanis couldn't complete the grab. Loco's out the back, as was Riley White, and as was Bo Garrett, whose handball was intercepted, still picked it up and got it to Vag. Vag got it out to his teammate who goes down the line. Plenty of Saints around this. Now there's plenty of Sharks around it. There's a North Ringwood player down behind play, and it's Aiden Begg.
Yeah, just got a little whack to the gut in that marking contest just before. But he looks like he's all good now. He's going to do this ruck contest now.
I reckon he just wanted about 30 seconds break, to be honest.
As he goes up in this ruck contest, again took it out of ruck. His handball was to none of his teammates, although Bakey's handball was cut off by Davidson, who got a good handball to Braunthal. Braunthal will go inside forward 50 with a darting ball to Livingston. Couldn't pick it up cleanly, and Schaefer's there to mop up. Goes with a chipping ball over the top and found Mason Blakey right in front of the scoreboard, and it'll just look to take some time off the clock.
Well, almost 11 and a half minutes gone here. Spiteri, handball over the top, this time cut off. Now the Saints can get him on the transition. Here's Rice, handball back to Braunthal. Braunthal inside 50, great transition work. And the mark inside 50, another one for the chance of the Saints. They'll play on, and it works out okay. Fitzpatrick potentially in a better position from here.
Jackson Mooney, 3 or 4 touches in the last probably 5 minutes or so, having a bit of an impact there, but it's good to see the ball in the hands of Fitzy.
And again, it was that forward, the pressure on the ball carrier to Park Orchards, turnover with a handball, back inside.
So we're 12 minutes into the last quarter. North Ringwood are yet to hit the lead. They've trailed all game. They trail by 3 points now. Fitzpatrick can put them in front, and he does. Saints in front by 3.
Josh, you want to say something? You look so excited to say
No, I was
something.
going to say Fitzpatrick, he deserves this goal because he has worked hard in this second half, Emily.
Yeah, it's his second game after pretty much a whole season off, right? So he's going to be a little bit rusty, but this is what we want from a new recruit like him, especially coming down from Premier Division.
So 8-9-57 North Ringwood, Park Orchard 7-12-54. And where's the spark coming from the Sharks? They've been very quiet in this second half.
Well, they've got to get something out of Prosenak. They've got to get something out of some of their prime movers. They're just not getting anything out of them at the moment.
They've moved Taylor into the middle.
This Begg nearly took it out of ruck. Woodhoff did really well. Apply some good pressure, and Taylor is locked up by Aiden Begg.
They've got to stop Begg from winning the number one clearance, and now they can bring players in to stop them and cramp them up from winning that secondary one.
Looks like there's a Park Orchards player down, and it is Liam Taylor, who's a bit ginger after that tackle by Begg.
He's also waiting. He wants a 30-second rest. He'll be fine.
I was going to say, this game would have taken a lot out of these players. It's been an entertaining contest out here at Quambee Reserve.
And it's a little bit warmer than what we've had recently as well.
Yeah.
You know, first start of the season. Last week was very average cold weather. Coming to a warm game, hot game. As far as football, not so much temperature.
As we're all set again as Begg to Mackenzie. Mackenzie long. Davidson leading up against Josh McAuliffe. Bounce favours McAuliffe, who decides to keep it in play, as does Davidson. Got it to Davidson. Umpire called play on, despite calls for a high free kick. Van Noonen at the right half forward flank goes backwards to O'Donnell with a kick that went high as it did long. It's at the ground for Mooney. Got it out to Mackenzie. Dances around. Misses to the left. It's a boundary throw in though. In dangerous territory for North Ringwood. Paul Yukone.
Yeah, North Ringwood are just dominating the clearances in this last quarter, 7-1.
All because of one man.
That's where the experience from the AFL system comes in, right? So he's got brilliant craft work, very consistent, and where North Ringwood are doing really well from it.
As the Sharks clear their defensive 50, Keppel did really well to force a contest, but Mackenzie's there on the ground to Dunn, who sets up for home. Will it drift back enough? It'll fall short. Davidson or Van Oonen will be paid the mark.
I mean, I didn't like the kick because I thought it was either going to be a rush behind. It was a nothing kick. It should have been another 7 or 8 metres clearer, but that's a great mark.
And it's Jaden Van Oonen who'll look to extend North Ringwood's advantage to 9 points as we enter the 15-minute mark of the final quarter. The experienced star for North Ringwood does just that.
He is someone that you want to have the ball in the hands of as well, Jaden. Very experienced, great bloke. Great to get North Ringwood a couple points in front here.
9-9-63, plays 7-12-54. Park Orchards at the 15.5-minute mark of the fourth.
So a 9-point lead. We're 15.5 minutes into this last quarter, but it's very hard to see Park Orchards actually winning from here. They've only kicked the 1 goal in the second half.
It's been a 39-point turnaround since, I think, the 10-minute mark of the third quarter.
So something's got to change. It's got to change in the middle. It's been dominant.
Park
by-
Orchards need to man up on every North
Yeah,
Ringwood
like they
player
cannot
if they-
afford to have anyone clear.
So in the ruck again, it's Begg with the tap out. Whelan spinning around, broke through a tackle. Rice by himself. Goes forward to Moon. He'd been involved a lot. Got after Braunthal. Braunthal can almost finish off the game towards the top of the square. And the mark is taken. Van Noonan kicked the last one and can kick 2 in 30 seconds if he delivers this set shot. And you can hear the crowd behind the goals. They love it, Paul.
5 marks inside 50 to 1 in favour of North Ringwood in this last quarter.
Complete turnaround from that first quarter, which was dominated by Park Orchards in that stat. As Van Noonan around the corner, 15-point lead, North Ringwood. They've never met Park Orchards before. They're almost there now, 10-9-69, 7-12-54 Park Orchards.
I'll tell you what, young Mooney's having a wonderful quarter with his desperation. His hands have been excellent. And they're just running. This is where the youth are. They're running and running and running. And Park Orchards look really, really flat at the moment. They've got nothing in them at the moment.
Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just have a look over here, boys. I think it's Oliver McKenzie. He's just had the worst cramp ever. He's twisting and turning, and it's not looking good. So we might not see him this afternoon for the rest of the quarter.
As Taylor's kick from the stoppage was smothered, Whelan, who's worked his way into this contest, got the handball away to Garrett, who will get this ball back. In fact, that's O'Donnell. Goes to the far side, right near the Park Orchards coach's box. Sam Heron under plenty of pressure from Luke Sin. Not going to be pinged.
That's what you like to see. You like to see that where, it could be a nothing contest and bang, he lays a big tackle. Rice off the halfback flank's been excellent in the last 10 minutes as well.
Begg, again, nearly took it out of ruck. It's his opposing ruck, Amir, who does, but it's another almost North Ringwood clearance. They're under pressure, though. Another ball up will ensure. 18 minutes gone, fourth quarter. The quarters have not gone long in this game out here at Quambee Reserve, so we might not have a long final quarter out here. Paul Yukone?
Yeah, Park Orchards have only had 2 entries inside 50 in this last quarter compared to 13 for North Ringwood.
They almost looked out of legs to Park Orchards as Begg has given away a kicking in danger free kick, and Park Orchards will have a chance to move forward into attack and give them some hope, Ryan.
Yeah, got to have something here. We're approaching the 19th minute mark of this final quarter. Keppel with the football now. And real slow play from the Sharks.
Yeah, they're going to have to start to move the ball forward pretty quickly here to try and break the line. North Ringwood have more defenders down in their back line at the moment, so it's really hard to kick down the line.
And right on cue, North Ringwood picked this one off, and a bit sore. Is potentially that's Rice down there after taking the intercept mark. So 15-point lead to the Saints. If you've just joined us, they were 29 points down at half-time. So a big turnaround in this second half for North Ringwood. And in front position is Keppel there with the intercept mark for the Sharks. Did he play on? Umpire says he didn't, and the 25-metre penalty occurs. So, well, Webb's all by himself in the middle. Do they use that? There's a short option in Spiteri. Spiteri inside 50. A lot of Saints numbers there. Downey got hands to it. Real important ball to be won here for the Sharks. Downey got his hands off. There's Prosenak, bouncing ball. Much needed goal for the Sharks. Game not done yet. Back to 9 points. 8-12-60 Park Orchards. 10-9-69 North Ringwood. You needed someone to stand up, and you've got one of your leaders in Prosenak.
Yeah, good work from Spiteri again to put it into a dangerous area. Clever work with the hands then. I think it was from Downey.
Yeah.
Well, that's one back. So now they've got to get another one quickly though, because as we said, the quarters haven't been going that long.
Well, it's whoever's going to win it out of the contest here. We've got North Ringwood. They're all chatting away. They've probably got some plan. Again, I'd still be saying Park Orchards. They have to man up on every single play here.
They do.
They've got to get on the outside.
Yep.
Well, you got Keppel in the midfield now for Park Orchards. It's Henry Amir going up in ruck against Dayton Begg. As Amir won that tap down, will look to follow up his own work. Got the handball away. And getting the kick away is Liam Webb. Kick almost cut off by O'Donnell, but doing really well. There was Tyler Prunty, goes deeper inside forward 50. Macrocanis applying the pressure on Loco. Calls for holding the ball, nothing doing, as Rice gets a handball away and it's out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. So the Sharks just a little bit of ascendancy, 9 points the difference. 21 minutes gone, fourth quarter.
Well, that was the outside ball. That's what they're really good at. That's what they do with their numbers. So it makes sense that it's balls into their forward line now.
Begg again almost took it out of ruck. It's Park Orchard to get a kick away. Not 15, said the umpire. And North Ringwood rushed some numbers to this stoppage. And they might force a stoppage. They don't. Park Orchards do it well to keep it alive as Begg applies the tackle there on Tyler Prunty. And we have another ball up. So a chance here for Park Orchards.
They've got heaps of numbers out the back. North Ringwood cannot bomb the ball forward. Otherwise, they're going to get a direct turnover straight away. North Ringwood have to be very smart here.
Jeffson Downey, the deepest targets for the Sharks, as the tap down won by Park Orchards. Downey was there, couldn't take clean possession, got it out to Spiteri, kick was smothered. A great effort from the North Ringwood defender, being surrounded by his teammates as well. Mitch Hansen giving him the tick of approval in a sense, as we'll have a boundary throw in right forward pocket for Park Orchards. What can they conjure from this stoppage? Keppel now going up in ruck. It's big down to Rice, as it has been for a bit of this last quarter. The tackle applied, umpire called play on, and will now call for a stoppage.
22 minutes gone, final term. 9-point lead to North Ringwood. 10-9-69, 8-12-60 Park Orchards. Free kick out of the ruck. It is going the way of Park Orchards against Begg. And they look to take the advantage, but I think this is coming back. Price Inglis kicked the goal, but this will come back for a set shot on goal for Park Orchards.
Park Orchards probably want to hurry up here.
Yeah.
Well, I think the ball, they've took the advantage and now it's into the crowd. It'll be Prosenak to take the kick, so in good hands.
What point does the timer stop? Will be the question.
Now, I believe, as we wait for the ball to come back into play. 23 minutes gone in this final term, as we said. 10-9-69 North Ringwood, 8-12-60 Park Orchards. The footy in the hands of Michael Prosenak. We're right behind him, so we'll be able to tell as soon as it's off the boot if it's going through. Michael Prosenak kicked the last goal to bring the margin back to 9 points. Can he put them in striking range? Prosenak. We're right behind this. Can it come back? It does, and it stays right. So minor score, 8-13-61 Park Orchards. North Ringwood 10-9-69. 8-point game, 23.5 minutes gone final quarter.
Another thriller in the Eastland match of the round, as it was last Saturday. It is this Saturday out here at Quambee Reserve as Riley White waits for the footy and gets it now. Take this kick in. Plenty of numbers on this broadcast side, which is the direction he might head to, as they look to just take some time off the clock. The Saints, they lead this game by 8 points, but the Sharks are coming as the fist went Withoff when he could have taken the mark. And happily ushering it over the boundary line is Mitch Hansen, who kicked that ripper goal to reduce the deficit for North Ringwood. Early in this final quarter, as Begg prepares to go up in ruck, this time against Kane Keppel, sporting the glove today, as he nearly took it out of ruck Keppel. It's Amir out the back, although the Saints get some numbers. Around this ball is Vag. It's Park Orchard to escape, and Hickey just chucked it on the boot and threw for a minor score.
I tell you what, they might rue their first quarter, Park Orchards, where they've kicked 2-7 in the first quarter.
Yeah, that's right. 29 points up at half-time. Probably should have been a little bit more. They've cut the margin back to 7 points, but North Ringwood looking like they might just hold on. Keppel getting a hand to it, applying the tackle. Was it in the back? It was. So free kick here to North Ringwood, and they're happy to take some time off the clock. And Kieran Rice towards us, broadcast side. Did Brontel get a fist to it before it went over the line? No, so hold
it was way over.
Out of bounds on the full. Magnano, short kick forward. Price Inglis, inside 50. Can they get a mark out of this? Ball hits the deck. Dangerous one here for the Saints. Prunty, he's handball forward. Prosenak, minor score, so 6-point ball game. 8-15-63 Park Orchards, 10-9-69. We're 25.5 minutes gone final term. on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Chipping away at it, aren't they?
1 point at a time.
Handy points. Handy points.
Very handy.
Could be a 7-point play here.
Probably the longest quarter of this game as Riley White goes to the far side this time, where Park Orchards have the numbers and they get it on the ground. Downey, was he pushed while he kicked it? He goes for goal and misses again.
Well, it does open up. It does put them in striking range to win the game now. It's back to 5 points. 8-16-64, 10-9-69, 26 minutes gone. Last 3 behind to Park Orchards.
What do North Ringwood have to do here?
Well, they're going to go towards us on the broadcast side, looking to clear this one forward. A stoppage would be okay. Falls into the hands of Livingston. Handball over the top. They might be out through Mackenzie to Braunthal. Braunthal forward just into a bit of space. Park Orchards with the numbers back behind the play. Going back to Spiteri. Spiteri, handball forward. Got it off to Whitnish. Whitnish back to Spiteri. Just gets his hands off in time towards the corridor. They keep linking up. Magnano. Handball forward. Right on the half forward flank here. Trying to burst through the tackle was Hickey. Run down and a free kick. Sling tackle.
Oh, card's coming out.
And the card is coming out. Hickey is going to have a set shot on goal.
I think that was a little bit harsh.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. There'd been 3 or 4 of those during the game and they've been let go.
And that
could it be after the siren?
Well, it's Waller who got the yellow card, is that correct, as he comes off the field. And Hickey,
he's a left footer, isn't he? And his kicking hasn't been great today. Let's just say that. So,
well, 5 points down. He'll be kicking on a bit of an angle, about 45 metres out from home. As Hickey to line up to put the Sharks back in front. They were 29 points up at half-time. They look like they were just about done a few moments ago. Massive kick. Hickey to keep their unbeaten streak alive against North Ringwood. Hickey comes in. Kick on the way. It stays left. Can they get a mark on the goal line? Sport from behind. Still not done just yet. It's over the line. Prosnak wants in the back. He's not going to get it. 28 minutes gone. Margin 4 points. North Ringwood lead 10-9 to 8-17.
You could cut the tension with a knife out here at Quambee Reserve.
Just down the centre.
Well, you've got to go to Begg. You've got to go out to Begg.
They go to the far side in front position with a great mark, Mackenzie. Coming up big, the young mid defender.
What a turnaround from the first quarter.
Yeah.
This is the Ollie Mackenzie we want to see.
As he goes long down the line again, Park Orchard should have the numbers and they take the intercept grab. Keppel looks to play on immediately because he's got Magnano in the middle, spilled the mark. Livingston with the pressure. The kick was smothered by Braunthal. The Saints are out. Braunthal got Livingston over the top and he'll take the mark. And will take all the time in the world to go back for the set shot and all but ice this game out here at Quambee Reserve. Ben...
Another turnover.
Yeah.
Turnover. You got to look. You had to take that risk, but that was a mark he should have taken.
Directly in front, about 20-25 metres out. He'll kick from Ben Livingston. He's kicked the 2 goals today. As the siren sounds, Livingston will come in and kick the goal. The Saints get their first victory over Park Orchards, 11-9-75 to Park Orchards, 8-17-65. They had to fight hard for it, but they got over the line, Brett Davidson and Emily Mackay.
Yeah, great win. I mean, their last 3 quarters were excellent. Their last 5 minutes was a bit iffy. Park Orchards had their opportunities. They didn't have that many set shots at goal, so there were a lot of rush points and points that went through off snap. So it's not like they had a lot of set shots, but to North Ringwood's credit, after quarter time they did some great things. They made them move Mackenzie into the middle, which was an outstanding move. I thought Rice off half back was instrumental. I thought Hansen was a boy that took his moments, and often you need people to take his moments. His kick for goal was great, but he laid 2 tackles in the last 7 minutes, which were absolutely crucial out here. So, yeah, fantastic work and well-deserved. Bit of a wake-up call for Park Orchards, that one. I think there's a bit of work to do because they were very flat after. Even when they were coming back, It wasn't like they were running clear and free. They just, it's a great win for North Ringwood. It'll certainly set them up.
And you've got to give credit to a young side to stand tall in the big moments. Yes, Park Orchards had their opportunity on goal, but still North Ringwood were able to stand up, Emily, and get over the line.
Well, they're a young side, and a game of footy, first 10 minutes, generally it's going to be contested, messy, scrappy until you adapt to it. They didn't really adapt in that first quarter, but once the second quarter hit, they were able to compose themselves like they know how to and hold their structure, which really created a lot of pressure on top of all the tackling and whatnot.
Looks like we're going to have an interview with the Vikings. Reminds me of the days back at Heathmont where we used to, was it Brizanti or something we used to call the Viking?
Let's go down to ground level.
We're just here with the man of the moment. Kicked 3 goals today. What does this young Sunks do? 2-0 to start the year, a prelim final last year when you finished Biff. Must be a very good time to be a Saint.
It's very good down here at the moment. It's obviously always a great clash against Park Orchard. It's always a close one, so it's good to finally get one up on them. But yeah, us forwards, it's just a product of the midfield's work. They deliver it all day, and it's such a young group as well. It's so exciting. So
it is. You've never beaten Park Orchards till today. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that actually. But yeah, I'm sick of losing to them. So happy to get one back on them, and exciting year ahead.
You were down all day today, and this work rate from this Saints side, we all saw it last year. We're seeing it again. Just can you tell us what goes on behind the scenes with this young group? And there's plenty of more players that come into this great Saints team.
Yeah, it's super. We have the average age would be, well, I think it'd be about 20, and the skills and Pricey plays them all, and we're all just connecting at the moment, so it's really working.
Bayswater next week, you got them, and then of course I want to just touch on before you get into Bayswater, what's the go with these little horns things that you got down here at Quambee Reserve? Because it's a trend. I've seen about 20 of these blokes just running around, but do you want to just talk about that?
That's courtesy of the 19s. They got a nice little group going. Looks like the theme today was Vikings or something, so it's worked. So yeah, happy with it.
Very good. Enjoy the win. Enjoy you want to sing the song.
Thanks there to Blake Turner, but that's quite interesting.
Yeah, I like it though, but very good, and he was very impressive, was Livingston, and we'll get to our votes. Yeah, great culture down here, and it's been it's run right through the club with all teams, and a really big win here for North Ringwood.
I'd be only slightly worried. He said it seems like the theme this week is Vikings. So to me that sounds like, it's a rolling thing. It'll be something else next week.
That's quite interesting.
The Vikings at least is,
We'll have to head back here to find out. But we'll see if we can get the song. Blake Tennant will go down into the rooms.
No, I told him not to.
Not to? All right, Blake, come back up here. We're going to take a break in just a moment, but... big win for North Ringwood, 11-9-75 to 8-17-65. You've just joined us. They were 29 points down at three-quarter time. Hickey did have a goal, a set shot on goal to put the Sharks back in front before the final sealer in the final moments of the game sealed the deal for North Ringwood, their first ever win over Park Orchards. We're going to take a break here. Don't go anywhere. We've still got scores around the grounds. Our votes for the Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground and the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day Award. We'll be back in a moment.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Quambee Reserve, Eastland match of the round. Full time out here at Quambee. It is North Ringwood winners over Park Orchards by 10 points. A 39-point turnaround in the end. 11-9-75 to Park Orchards 8-17-65. Big turnaround in the second half to get the job done. Their first ever win over Park Orchards as well. So a big result for the Saints. They go 2-0 to start season 2026. We've got our votes for the Eastland Stay Young Cryo Best on Ground Award, as well as our Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, which we'll get to in just a moment. We also have Blake Tennant joining us back from the boundary line. The atmosphere from ground level. I know you're on the far side, so you probably don't get all the supporters on this side, but what was it like down there, particularly in the second half when the Saints got a roll on?
I think you guys hit the nail on the coffin when you said about how the play was turning in North Ringwood's direction. So they really controlled that second half. You know, I think Davo, you said, I think they kicked 39 points or something since half time. So it was a real turnaround from North Ringwood, and you know, just seeing the boys get around Pricey and the coaching group. Because they do all the plays, they do everything, and will back me up here. But you know, it's a really good win for North Ringwood just to beat the crosstown neighbours around the ground. So it was really good. This group is just something special, and it's going to build.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big win for the Saints. In a moment, we'll go through all the scores around the grounds, but we do have our awards for best on ground, and we talked a bit about some of those plays in contention. Josh, you'll be tallying them up, our 1, 2, 3, and you're going to start first for your votes today. So, the winner of today will win themselves a $50 voucher at Eastland Cryo Stay Young. So, your 1, 2, 3, start us off.
Well, I'm going to start with my 3. And
No, start the 1. I like build the suspension.
Come on, Morty.
I was going to say, I think it's pretty obvious. So, well, most of us will be picking the best on ground tour. Although in saying that, there were a lot of contributors. One vote I'm going to give to McLaren Spiteri. I thought he was really influential, particularly in the first half defensively. I'd say he's Park Orchard's best player, but then, like most of the Park Orchard side, dropped off in the second half. 2 votes I'm going to give Ollie McKenzie. I was impressed with what he put together in midfield. And then 3 votes I'm going to give to the big man, Aidan Begg.
Davo, your 1, 2, 3 for this afternoon?
Well, he didn't have his he didn't have his votes done until he looked at my sheet. So,
copy the.
Who's writing? Just before you go, who's writing this down? By the way,
Josh is.
So,
do we trust him?
I'll surely trust me more than him.
Well, 1 vote for Spiteri. I thought he was outstanding all game, except for the last quarter. He was a little bit quiet. 2 votes. What a great performance from this young boy to have what was, and I'm harsh, but he had a poor first quarter. I'm not going to allow his youth or anything. He's playing senior footy. He made a lot of poor mistakes, but I tell you what, his last 3 quarters were absolutely sensational. And that goes to Oliver McKenzie, and the only player that played 4 quarters of football in my point of view, and all 4 of them were pretty damn good, and that was Aidan Begg for North Ringwood. He gets my 3 votes.
Absolutely. Emily, your 1, 2, 3.
We'll go 1 vote, Ollie McKenzie. Again, wasn't his best first quarter, but I did say that's not normal for him to perform like that, and we did see in those last 3 quarters the way that he played. So very, very happy with Ollie. Proseac for Orch for 2, and then no surprise, then we got Aidan Begg, 3 points.
There we go. So another 3 votes for Begg. Paul Uconi, your 1, 2, 3 from today's game.
My 1 vote goes to Michael Proseac from Park Orchards. 2 votes go to Ollie McKenzie from North Ringwood, and 3 votes go to Aidan Begg.
So it doesn't matter what we vote for. Begg's won it. But Blake, what's your 1, 2, 3 anyway?
There goes Spiteri with 1. I thought this man had an underrated game. I know you guys didn't mention him, but I thought Ben Livingston's game was pretty superb, kicking 3 goals, and he was really the tall forward down there in the vocal point. And how can you not like this man? Aidan Begg with the 3. So I'm happy to do that run for you guys because I know what players are like these days.
Yes, very good. I've left out Rice. I did think about putting him in, but I thought McKenzie, just the way he turned around after that quarter time, for the reasons said, as a young guy to come out there and really make a statement after quarter time and responded so well. I thought Spiteri was by far, for the first half, by far the best player on the ground. Maybe dropped off late, but I think Park Orchards looked really good with him back in the side this season and particularly today. So I'll give 2 to Spiteri, and then I think by far Aidan Begg was best on ground. A 4-quarter performance was just huge in the middle. They dominated the centre clearances, particularly in the second half, and that's really due to the work from Begg.
Don't need to be a genius mathematician to guess who the best on ground
He's won it.
I think if I could give a vote to a coach, I'd give one because.
We do have the coach of the week.
I've been lucky.
Do we? Team of the week. Yeah.
I've been lucky to be involved in local footy for 40 years, and over 600 games. And I can tell you what, the coach rarely has an influence on match day. I'll be really honest. In today's footy, and Price, he made a move that had an influence on a game of footy. It does not happen a lot in today's footy. We don't get the movement because we believe in each other's systems. But he put McKenzie in the middle, turned the game. I think that was a, and he may have played midfield previously, but the kid was completely, like he was going backwards in the first quarter, and to put him in the middle and show that faith, and then for him to reward the faith by doing what he did, I thought that was sensational. So if I could give a vote, I'd give one to Price because I thought that was a great move. Yeah. Great move.
So McKenzie filled in a role that was missing today, which was that Aaron Fenton isn't playing. And Aaron Fenton plays that really in and under sort of type role, and he'll be coming back pretty soon. But Ollie to come in and completely change that dynamic, really, again, well done to Pricey, but that's the way that Pricey operates from a coaching perspective. There are roles that need to be filled. He's put a player in that serves that missing link, and that's the end result.
He's almost the complete package because he can deliver the ball at times well inside forward 50, but that grunt is certainly going to be something that holds him in good stead, Ryan.
Absolutely. I've got Blake who's ready to go down and get some photos of our award winners. The Tobin Brothers goal of the day, any
Mitch Hansen down there.
Happy with that? No disputes?
Easy.
All those in
there you go. So Mitch Hansen also wins the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, a $50 Coles and Myer gift card. Congratulations to those two boys. Before we wrap things up, we've got some scores around the grounds. There's some interesting ones coming through. Paul Uconi has the scores in front of him. Starts off from Premier Division. What's happening around the league?
Yeah, in Premier, Donny East 14.892 to Berwick 9.862. South Belgrave 20.15 135 to Noble Park 14.98. Rowville 29 129 to South Croydon 6.10 46. Blackburn 16-14, 110 to Vermont 10-13, 73, and a current score out at East Ringwood. East Ringwood 4-2-26 to Bulleen 1 straight 6 in Division 1 now. Mitcham 23-16, 154 to Bayswater 8-8-56. Baronia 12-11-83 to Beaconsfield 12-8-80. Muralbark 12-12-84 to Montrose 7-18-60.
Called it them.
And Wani South 2013 133 to Norwood 10-9-69. In Div 2 now, Heathmont 15-12 102 to Croydon 11-3-69. Lilydale 11-8-74 to Ringwood 7-11-53. Tempe 12-13-85 to Mulgrave 11-10-76. Surrey Park 16-13 109 to Scoresby 12-9-81. And Waverley Blues 7-8-50 to East Burwood 6-11-47. In Division 3, Donvale 34-16 220 to Oakley District 5-1-31. Sylvan 20.
I'm sorry, how does this happen?
Yeah, well, what's their percentage going to be now, Davo? They won last week.
813.
813%.
Well, we had some answers. Was it Donvale or Coldstream last week?
Well, I think we've got our answer.
I think we do.
Yeah.
Sylvan 22-10 142 to Knox 10-16 76.
That's a big result.
That's a big result.
The Basin 10-6 66 to Upper Gully 6-9 45.
That's a
and
big result.
Coldstream 12-7 79 to White Horse 9-9 63.
Oh, my goodness.
Got a mare in the tips.
I
Yeah,
bombed
my
out
tips
there.
are ruined. My tips are ruined.
Yep.
And
Especially after last week.
And finally, in Div 4, Bulleen Templestowe 13-15 93 to Kilsyth 10-7 67. Croydon North Emlock 13-10 88 to Doncaster 12-15 87. And Chirnside Park 17-13 115 to Warrandyte 10-6 66. So a couple of big results, a couple of upsets.
A lot of big scores everywhere.
That's an interesting round. I think I've struggled on the tips this week.
I
tips
went
quite a few.
I was really happy. I was only 2 down in the first 2 divisions.
After that,
and then
and then rock bottom from there on.
No, Division 2 I was all right, but Division 3 and 4, my goodness, I've blown apart there.
Yeah, well, the Donvale score is staggering because they've absolutely pummeled Coldstream last week. We didn't know who that reflected more on. It looks like it just is how good Donvale is. They've got even better this year from the sounds of it, Josh. And we didn't think we'd drop off it necessarily, but we thought we might have a couple of other contenders. But they look ruthless this year.
I'll tell one side who's
Match of the
dropped
round.
And Oakley District have really dropped off too. They've been beaten really easily now.
I'll tell you one side.
Both games.
I'll tell you one side that's dropped off. Knox.
Yes.
After that loss to Sylvan, I expected
Didn't
them
expect
to
the
win.
margin.
No, not the margin.
And I think the other one that's really hit us, Ringwood have now lost their first 2.
That's what you get when
Josh has put the moz on him after last week.
That's what you get.
So you've really put them in a bit of trouble. But some interesting results there in this division as well. Muralbark beating Montrose is a big upset because we thought the Mustangs last week had a really good side in, didn't perform that well, and then knock off a contender, a side that was guaranteed to the premiership earlier today. According to the one guy who's not in the room.
Where is Blake? Because
we won't see him again.
Right,
today.
because he was saying North wasn't that great, but I can't talk.
Yes, that was a big surprise there. Yes, Josh?
One great thing to see, South Belgrave, their first win in Premier Division.
Yes, good to see them win one early too, considering going up it is such a hard challenge.
And it was a Noble Park too, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's great for them.
But also, as we said on yesterday, people, unless you've played at South Belgrave, you come in for an awful shock when you go out there. It is a ground that is very hard to play on.
Yes.
And they play it well, so well.
And a side that's also had a great start here, Bulleen Templestowe.
Yeah, the Bulleens, 2-0. Very good from the newest club of the AFNL.
I was pretty confident what they could do this year with their recruits. I don't think Goebbels or Drake played for Kilsyth today.
Yep.
I know Goebbels didn't.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
still positive for Bulleen Temp, though.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, we close out in at 1:15, so we've got a little bit of time here to kill. Just to go back on this game, if you've just joined us, you're driving home from the footy, it is a North Ringwood win, 10 points over Park Orchards, but do have to remember 29 points down at half-time, so a 39-point turnaround. We gave Aiden Begg the best on ground, Davo.
Yeah, and I just looked through my list and I went, Fitzpatrick, his first game for the club, I think.
It might be second.
Might be
because round
second.
2.
All right.
Right.
Oh yes. I
know
thought he
if
was
he
out.
played
I
last
thought he was really solid. Exactly what they need. I really loved young Mooney's last 3 quarters. I thought he was. He stood up and gave them something. And they've had a good win. And Van Oonen came into the last quarter, but Shepherd didn't do a lot, and neither did Loco. So some of their older players, weren't terrible, but weren't influential. It was their young guys that were so influential. Rice will be now talking to his VFL club saying, I've had 39 last week. I've been a dominant player this week. I should have a chance of making a game next week. Whereas Park Orchards, I'd put down marks against players that I thought won quarters for them, and they didn't have many after quarter time. I thought Spiteri was, I thought Prosnack tried hard, and Magnano tried hard, but they got nothing out of a lot of. I thought Amir tried hard when he was in the ruck, but if all you're doing is saying blokes have tried hard, it means they really haven't been influential. And I'd be interested to sit down and go through and see how many players Paris Harvey thought actually beat their opponents.
Yeah, it's a good point, and particularly, we looked even early. Emily Kane-Keppel had a great first quarter and looked on, and some of the marks he was taking, he had some opportunities late, and it looked almost a little less confident, and potentially that's part of the momentum. But North Ring were doing a really good job on those forwards for a Park Orchards point of view. But I think the response is exactly what Pricey would have wanted, and he got it, and they're now in a really good position going forward. I'm sure they've got some winnable games in the next few weeks.
I think that's what we looked at, didn't we? Yeah. No, they now play. So next week, who have they got? They've got Bayswater at home. The week after, they've got Mitcham at Mitcham, which is a tough one.
Yeah.
But they could very easily be 3-0 going into that game.
I think so. I think it's hard to see Bayswater beating them. And Emily, different point of view today, watching it from the other side of the ground in the media van. But how did you see it from being obviously on the coaching side of things last season to watching the side over this side? And what was the different point of view? Did you take anything out of it that you may have not seen from that side of things? So what was the difference, I guess, being over here?
I think being on this side and not having been a part of their pre-season, trusting that the system works, which was always Price's message at the season, or during the season last year, trusting that and knowing that if shit was to hit the fan, which it probably did a little bit in the first quarter, that they have the capabilities to come back. And that belief is one of the biggest things, or one of the biggest reasons why North went so far in the final series last year. So again, this is just one of those big wins. It was the same when they beat South Belgrave last year as well. I think he did the match of the round in that week. And it's the big wins that you didn't think that they were going to have, and all of a sudden they go from a culture of we aren't going to win any games, which is what it was prior to Pricey coming in, to we are actually capable of doing all of these things. So for me, sitting here and watching them, I'm absolutely stoked, to be honest, and to see them compose themselves, stick to a structure, makes me very happy, and I'm excited to see how they're going to go throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, certainly right. We're certainly going to be looking forward to seeing how both teams progress through the 2026 season. We're about to wrap things up. If you are still out there, want to watch more football at Eastland Reserve, the Roos and the Tigers go head-to-head, a big Premier Division clash currently taking place. The Roos leading that one in the early stages of that game. Tomorrow, we've got the Sunday podcast, which will be depending on... I'm going to the footy to see the Tigers in the afternoon, so depending on if I have time to edit it up and put it on, it'll be either tomorrow. You can wait till Monday to hear a recap on this weekend's games. We'll hear from at least one coach tomorrow as well. But we're going to start to wrap things up here. Paul Uconi, great to have you back in the stats chair today. A lot of interesting scores across the grounds you've been keeping us updated on, but particularly the stats and the way that changed after half-time.
Yeah, no, it was certainly a great contest this afternoon, a great day of results.
Absolutely. Emily Mackay, great to have you on board again for a second week in a row. I know you've got coaching duties soon coming back up on a Saturday, but when you're available, great to have you and your insight in the media van.
No, thanks for having me, guys. I'm having a blast, so it's nice to not be in the coaching box and having to make tough decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. Brett Davidson, great to have you back in for a Saturday afternoon. How long since you've been in for a broadcast game?
Oh, I had a few finals last year. I was lucky enough to get them, but it's been, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years since I've been in this role, and I certainly, I can tell you now, I prefer this. If I was allowed to coach and they let me coach and didn't have to train Tuesday or Thursday, I'd do it till I was 100, but...
I've been reflecting on this, to be honest. I'm going, I could still come on a Saturday and not have to do training, and that is very nice.
Just on that, Dave, I didn't get a chance to mention this earlier, but the very first comment on the stream today was from our mate Ned, who is a long-time listener, and he said, love having and listening to Brett on the media team, good experience, good knowledge.
Oh,
so there you go. It's a welcome back.
I paid him so much.
Speaking of, I have to find TD. I have to find TD.
That was your burner account. Lee Green behind the scenes, excellent work from you. Lockie Green upstairs instead of Megan this weekend. Kate Green in the women's alongside Blake Tennant, who has gone. He's disappeared. I think he's gone home.
He's drowning.
I'll take the mic away.
Gone home. Josh Ward, great to call alongside you.
Great to call. Yeah, well, it has been a while. The pleasure's all yours.
Been a tough week for you with your Blues again, blowing another lead, going down on Thursday night. So great to see your spirits back up and running on a Saturday.
Can't wait to see the Tigers lose tomorrow.
Good on you, mate. That's it. Cut his mic, Lee. As we're all set to leave here, it is the Saints winning by 10 points, defeating Park Orchards in the Eastland match of the round.